Hello everyone, welcome. My name's Sam Markey. I'm your host for today. I'm going to guide you through what I think is going to be a really exciting day for the Zero Emission Flight Infrastructure Showcase. Lots of really exciting projects, activities, research, thinking, collaboration has been going on during the last year, and many of you, I'm sure, have been involved in it. So we're delighted to be here showcasing all that's happened and thinking about what might come next. I'm not an aviation expert, so I'm also excited to be hearing about lots of these things. I've been getting glimpses of it over the last couple of days as I prepared for this, and I think it's been a fantastic day. Before I introduce Rachel to say a proper word of a sort of official welcome, I'll just do a little bit of housekeeping. If you haven't yet found the toilets and facilities, they're out this door here, or you can go around the outside and they're down there. The Wi-Fi, if you, again, haven't found it yet, it's the UIC network, and the password is Urban Innovation, capital U, capital I. Oh, well, look, it's on your passes. I've just been shown. That was organised, wasn't it? And there's no fire drills or anything planned, so if alarms go off, follow someone who looks like they know what they're doing. Otherwise, networking breaks are upstairs. Lunch will be upstairs. Ask questions as you go along. It's going to be a really fantastic day. So, as I say, I'm going to invite Rachel Gardner-Poole to come up and make an official welcome. Rachel is an expert in aviation. Among other things, she's worked at the Civil Aviation Authority, and she came to us quite recently from UK Space Agency. She holds a pilot's license, both a private and a commercial pilot's license, so she does know what she's talking about. So I will hand over to her to say a few words of official welcome. Oh, sorry.
Good morning, everyone. It is really great to be here, and I do just want to extend a really warm welcome on behalf of Connected Places Catapult. It's great to see so many of you in the room, but also I think we've almost got almost 200 people online from around the world, so a huge welcome to yourselves as well. It's really great to have you here today and this morning. It is a really great opportunity for us all to hear more about the exciting programme, the Zero Emission Flight Infrastructure Programme. But before I do that, I'll just talk a bit about Connected Places Catapult. Obviously, you saw the video, but we are one of 9 catapults. You may not be aware of that. 9 catapults that were set up by Innovate UK, which is an agency of the UK government. And we were set up deliberately to maximise UK productivity and global effectiveness in key industries through innovation. So that's our purpose. Connected Places Catapult, our focus is very much cities, transport and places. And we are the UK's innovation accelerator in this area. We provide innovation as a service, we run technology demonstrators, and we help businesses grow by connecting market and sparking innovative technology. So that's why we're all here today. Ultimately, we do believe that connections, whether it's physical, digital, social, are fundamental to bridging the economic and societal and environmental divides that we face as a country and as a planet. So all of this means I think we as Connected Places Catapult are ideally placed to deliver this exciting ZEFI programme in partnership with the Department for Transport. And I think this is really important, right? We all know climate change is becoming an imminent threat to our whole world, our whole environment, and the aviation industry obviously contributes to that. So, I think this is a really great event that supports that overarching goal of decarbonisation of the UK aviation sector. And this is in line with the UK's government commitment in the 10-point plan for a green industrial revolution. So what we will do today, we're going to showcase some findings, really explore the challenges and most innovative solutions for the infrastructure needed for zero emission flight. We'll be looking at discussing the roadmap for the integration and implementation of hydrogen fuels within airports. We'll gain a greater understanding of current aviation policy and standards, and also clarify the actions and investments that airports and airfields will need to make to incorporate hydrogen into their daily operations. So we've got a great and impressive lineup of speakers, including the Aviation Minister joining us later today, which just shows how important the government see this topic. And I think we can really look forward to discussions, to sharing knowledge, to discussions during the networking later on, and really focusing on this important topic. So I really hope you enjoy the day. It's useful that we can all learn from each other and we can really address this important challenge in aviation. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you for setting out the framework for the day and what we'll be up to. So next up, we've got Nick Chisholm. Nick Chisholm is one of our non-executive directors here at Connected Places Catapult. In previous life, he was Chief Business Advisor at BAYS, the Department for Business, and he has a role as Global Chair of Infrastructure for KPMG. So he knows what he's talking about when it comes to investment, enterprise, and big infrastructure projects. Nick's going to come and say a few words about the role of aviation in the development of place.
Thank you, Sam. Hello, everybody. And like Rachel, I just want to thank you for your participation today and hope you have a great event. I love moments like this when the worlds of innovation and the worlds of infrastructure, not always the easiest of bedfellows, come together with the potential for really significant global change and transformation. Back in the days of 2019, the dim and distant days of the old normal, as Sam says, I was lucky enough to be working as Chief Business Advisor. And my job basically entailed zigzagging around the country, talking to businesses, communities, and research groups. And the best part of that job was between 9 and 5 every day, where I was introduced to world-class innovation and business growth in different parts of the country, sometimes meeting world-class ideas at the end of a windy country road. The worst part of the day was before 9 o'clock and after 5, when I experienced the realities of what it means to try and zigzag around the country. It sounds very glamorous being in Penrith one day, the Isle of Wight the next, and Chesterfield the day after that. But what I experienced and what you'll know is a lack of reliability, a lack of flexibility, a lack of optionality, a lack of resilience, and a depressing reliance on big conurbations, particularly London. It's amazing how often the easiest way to get between A and B is to travel 200 miles into London and then back out again. And during that time, what role did aviation and airports play in my thinking about zigzagging around the country? Despite the fact that I live near 2 local airfields, a reasonable drive from 3 regional airports, and within an hour of 2 international airports, you'll guess my answer is going to be it played no role at all in my travels. So it excites me to think that whoever's doing my role in 2029, say, may be able to see aviation as a new source of, in terms of connectivity, convenience, and journey times, see aviation as a flexible option fully integrated into the transport system. And that's exciting. And that's a great example of how this needs to be a transformational decade for infrastructure, in which we stop thinking about the infrastructure of 1950, and in some cases 1850, and start planning for 2050. And the global challenges of this decade were summed up by the Prime Minister in the words, it's about building back better, fairer, and greener. And if we think about those 3 challenges, the G20 has invested more than $3 trillion in stimulus in terms of building back better. President Biden, in his State of the Union, talked about transforming US infrastructure and making it fit for the 21st century. The SDGs, in terms of fairness, are a global agenda recognized in this country through levelling up, a global agenda of action for 2030. And that's why the United Nations talks about this being a decade of action. And then Rachel alluded to climate change. And as we all know, this is a critical decade for climate change. And the IEA has talked about that as probably the greatest challenge humanity has ever faced. So zero emission aircraft technology has the potential to drive business growth, to reduce travel times, to improve connectivity, to level up, to introduce new community services, and of course to do this sustainably by reducing emissions, congestion, and noise. So in that sense, this discussion today is completely on point. It's about communities, it's about economic opportunity, it's about connectivity, accessibility, and sustainability. It's also about demonstrating leadership, resilience, inclusion, and innovation. Again, totally on point. So with that, I wish you well for an important day, and I look forward to hearing about ideas that potentially could drive significant global transformation. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thank you, Nick, for saying the context in which this is happening. It's always good to, when people have been a long time buried in a topic, doing the delivery, to lift your head and remember the big picture and the landscape, and that's what today is really about. So that being said, I'm now going to invite up Henry and Mark. Henry is the Executive Director for New Mobility Technologies. Mark Aizerwood, the Aviation Sustainability Team Lead. These are the guys who have been driving and leading lots of the work for the last year, and they're going to dive into the detail of exactly what it is that we've been doing. Over to you guys.
Thanks, Sam, for the introductions. What I'm going to do in the next half an hour or so, we'll be talking with Mark together to actually give you a journey of the rest of the day and what we've been doing the last year on the zero emission flight infrastructure. Just before that, just to set the scene, in 2019, there are 454.6 million tons of CO2 emissions of domestic greenhouse gas emitted in UK, and 27% of which is from transport. And what we have estimated back by 2030, there will be increase of hydrogen generations for the mobility infrastructure. And followed by that, setting by the government of ambitions target will in UK domestic aviations will reach net zero by 2040. And ultimately, our aim is by 2050, all mode of transport will reach to net zero. Just to set the scene, that Connected Places Catapult has been supporting government and industry in a number of areas, and not just on the airport, and you will see why we are doing that. We have been undertaking the research into the challenge and opportunities for decarbonisation collections of all UK freight terminals, which we'll also refer as the rail freight estate. In maritime, if anyone have followed my LinkedIn, we've been helping with in the maritime sectors. From the northeast, we are working with Port of Tyne and others as part of the transition to net zero, delivering a digital platform, setting the foundation in optimizing of how renewable energy sources to be used in the regions. We have been working also with Aberdeen Harbour in providing shore power within the existing Aberdeen North Harbour and introducing sustainable fuel as an alternative for vessel berthed alongside. And down in the south, last week at Portsmouth International Port, we have been working with consortium partner to install the first hydrogen refueling stations for powering hydrogen boat and hydrogen buses, as well as use cases to identify where improvement can be made and reducing energy consumption and potential alternative energy source should be applied. On the road is one of the biggest emitter in heavy goods vehicles. So we've been working across sectors and government in looking at hydrogen, electric road systems, or battery power as an alternative to help with introducing the new heavy goods vehicle for the future to stop using the diesel fuel. As well as at the same time, down on earth is actually working with local authority, developing manual for smart street, setting a set of guidance for local authority and developers for developing technology-driven service to make it more efficient and improving the air quality. So that's just some of the scenes I'm setting on. And what we're going to do is pulling all this technology together and how we can apply it in the airport scenario. As we know, that the habit of how we travel has been changing, despite the COVID that we paused for 2 years of traveling. The outlook for aviation and global trends to net zero, consumer want more. And aviation is heading up the emissions ranking. And especially if we do nothing, we are predicting by 2050, there will be over 50 million tons of carbon emissions compared to where we are now, around 14 million, just under 14 million tons. What we need to focusing on, the number of area being setting up by the government of predictions of what we need to do. And what we need to target on is actually on this project is about the future aircraft type that are expected to contribute significantly to decarbonization of aviations. As some of you know, there are already a lot of work being focusing on sustainable aviation fuel. But what we're doing here is actually other type of zero carbon aircraft, which contributing 28% of the carbon emissions. As most of you are aware on here, government have laid out a 10-point plan last year. And one of under the point 6, Jet Zero and green ships, is to support the emergence of the market in zero emission aircraft. And we'll be investing R&D into the infrastructure upgrade required for the UK at UK airports to move to battery and hydrogen aircraft. We talk a lot around aircraft, but at the end of the day, without the infrastructure supporting, where the aircraft can really go. So just wanted to set the scene. Everyone's seeing the shiny planes, and what on this program, what we're not going to show you is shiny plane, is the bit that actually make the airplane works. So what we are doing today, we'll be showing you that how we are positioning the UK at the forefront of aviations and push forward low carbon travel to build on the UK strengths we have. So later on today, you will see all the innovation we are developing and what the concept we are developing to helping the airport and airfields to be available for these exciting planes landing at our airport. What you will see is this is part of the government investment to commit to it. And this is just the first step of where we are. What I'm now going to hand over to Mark is actually giving you slightly more context and details of what we've been doing on this project.
Thanks, Henry. So, as Henry said, I'm going to talk a bit more about the detail on the project. My name is Mark Hazelwood. I'm the Aviation Sustainability Team Lead here at the Catapult. Today, I think I've joined 4 months ago, and I'm here to not take credit for all the great work of the technical team that's been working on this for a whole year. Some of them are in the room, some are listening upstairs, and this is just a combination of a lot of the work we've done. I'll talk about some of the findings that we've published and continue to publish. You'll hear more on some other topics later, but for now, I'll just talk about the project goal and really how we've gone about the project. So ZEFI was created to explore the impact and requirements for fueling infrastructure for hydrogen and electric aircraft into airports and airfields. The project scope considers the arrival on site of hydrogen fuel or electricity through to the on-site management and storage, the distribution to the apron or the operation side of the airport, and then that connection point for fueling or recharging the aircraft. The program was then split into 3 separate projects. We had a research project, of which I'll go through some detail today. You'll hear next about the TRIG program, which is Transport Research Innovation Grants. I've also got some demonstrations that you'll hear more on as well. So within the research project, we've made a blueprint which looks at the operational concepts for electric and hydrogen. We also included SAF, as we believe the 3 will coexist, at least at a national level, to support decarbonisation through to 2050. We've done some systems analysis and some airport case studies where we've visited 9 different airports, ranging from small GA airfields up to major international airports. You'll hear again from me later about the roadmaps, so I'll stop short on those right now, and you'll hear from me later on this afternoon on those. We've also performed a standards gap analysis, again looking at standards for electric and hydrogen fueling infrastructure, and I'll touch on that shortly. So the key themes of the findings are looking at the overall system, looking at the hydrogen systems for infrastructure that we've come up with using guidance from industry experts. Same for electrical systems, touch more on the standards analysis, some of the challenges and opportunities that airports, airfields and UK aviation have, and then a summary of the impacts which Henry will cover at the end. And as I've said, you'll hear more on the 3 other items at the bottom later on through the day. So the scope of analysis, we split into 3 elements. We have the core functional systems in the middle of the diagram. These are those elements that perform the actual conveying of fuel or charge to the aircraft. And I've touched on the four elements of that within our research. And within that, we've looked at the current TRLs of the different technologies. We've looked at some of the market players, some of the challenges of operating it, how they interact with the other systems for providing fuel. We've also then looked at the operations on the airport or airfield. This is obviously hugely important as it's conveying how this happens on a day-to-day basis. So within that, we've got quality and safety management, looking at the supply chain, personnel and training, regulations and reporting, management on the airport and airfield, finances, communications, and planning for infrastructure. We've also addressed what we've termed as supporting systems. These may be other physical systems, or they may be other processes that support that delivery of fuel to the aircraft. So this includes things like fire and emergency response, maintenance, safety, quality and testing, IT and networking, and billing. So I'm going to go through this slowly, and there is much more detail in the blueprint document that's online. So please don't think that you need to remember this for the whole day, but this will just be a little glimpse of how we've gone about the hydrogen subsystems. So within this, we've considered the delivery of pipelines to airports, both for gas and liquid. And I'll touch on the maturity of those a bit later on. So at this stage, this isn't to say that all of this is just going to happen tomorrow, but this is the network of components that deliver that fueling infrastructure. So we've got gas pipelines for gas and liquid. We've considered delivery of fuel to the airport via tankers. We've also considered the option of refueling vehicles coming straight from off-site direct to the airport. And we've also touched on the concept of swapping hydrogen tanks. Although, of course, that is at a very low maturity and will be led by the aircraft developers. Within that, we've then got how we manage the fuel on the airport. So that's receiving it and unloading it to the airport and then storing it in different forms. And then the different mechanisms of getting that to the aircraft, whether that's through hydrant systems, certainly at larger airports, whether that's through refueling vehicles, or as I've touched on before, the more lower maturity around hydrogen swapping. And ultimately, this all then goes through to that connection point to the aircraft. And there are obviously several different pathways through this, and I'll touch more on that later in the roadmap session. We've then got the same for the electrical subsystems, which are a little bit simpler. Electricity is far more mature in most airports, in all airports and most airfields. And I say that having flown myself from some airfields that just have a gas canister to warm a cup of tea or coffee in a farmer's field. So we're not under the impression that all airfields, have electricity today. So within this, we've got connection to the grid or distribution networks, coming in connecting to high voltage or low voltage distribution networks. We've got on-site renewable generation, where of course some airports or airfields may choose to generate electricity on site. And we've also looked at some mobile recharging vehicles as a potentially easier option for some airports and airfields to access recharging electric aircraft early on. Again, I'll talk through the timings of that later. And once we get through the airports, we've then got different concepts of fixed chargers, some which are referred to as megawatt chargers, which will be for charging larger aircraft or having higher performance for slightly larger operations. Low voltage chargers, which may even be classed as portable today, and you'll see more on that a bit later from one of our demonstrations. Mobile chargers actually being recharged on the airport as well, as opposed to just outsourcing that capability. And then battery swapping, which I know is something that aircraft operators, particularly airlines, are looking for, much to help with the turnaround time so they can maintain the same rigid operations they have today. But again, we believe that will be led by the aircraft manufacturers as to the feasibility of that. So some pretty colours for you on the standards analysis. We did, with the support of BSI, we did some qualitative and quantitative analysis of all the existing standards for hydrogen and electric. In total, 553 relevant standards were found, and we've then graded these as highly relevant to ZEFI applications, which can be mostly adopted without change. We've got standards that are relevant but subject to review, could be transferable to be used on ZEFI. Somewhat relevant, they might require some significant change to be adopted and used in the environment for ZEFI. And the other colour is then to be used on the right half of the diagram, where there is really little to no standards available today. So for hydrogen, there are a total of 189, 54 we think of which are highly relevant, 94 mostly relevant, and 41 somewhat. And these play through the different parts of the subsystem, as we've spoken about before, and you can see the colouring there as to how this plays through. Supply to the aircraft, I would say, is the biggest gap at this stage, particularly when you talk about hydrant systems, of which is something that will come later, obviously to support those larger aircraft that we've touched on. And there is some maturity in other industries where hydrogen is already used and standards could be more readily adopted. Within the electrical subsystems, energy storage is something that's quite mature. Obviously, just to remind you, this is being applicable to use in ZEFI on an airport environment. So some of the other elements as we get closer to the aircraft are much less mature today, and there's more work needed on that. And I'll just touch on that in a second. So within the standards work, we see sort of three different timeframes of outcomes. We've got the short-term time frame of looking to really start enabling and doing some defining activities. In the medium term, talking then sort of 2 to 3 years, starting to do more mobilization and begin adoption. And then longer term is finishing that adoption and looking at implementation. In the short term, we see that through having an aviation standards committee dedicated for ZEFI. Look at the feasibility more so of adopting standards from the other industries and starting to understand more about the performance requirements of the infrastructure and how that supports safe operations for fueling the aircraft. Medium term, we think there's opportunities for the UK to lead internationally. This may give rise to some market opportunities for export as well. And we would also look to align with best practice in other sectors against other emerging concepts. Longer term, it's ensuring that the UK can support a rollout of larger scale operations and potentially moving towards electric and hydrogen systems becoming part of critical infrastructure to support aviation, of which some of the larger airlines and aircraft operators fall into today. And continue long-term horizon scanning and engagement with regulators as to what comes next, because this journey will not stop. So the challenges and opportunities, this is an output of the case studies. And we've looked at this and tried to summarize the activities, again, ranging from airfields right up to international airports. And there's more to read online in the document. Some of the key challenges are pressure on finances. We've obviously touched on the pandemic being a huge draw on cash reserves, and that may have the potential to block investment for those that wish to invest in ZEFI. There is uncertainty about the development of aircraft and when they may arrive to market, and also which technology may win out in certain aircraft segments. We've already discussed that there's a lack of standards for developing the infrastructure and starting to design operations of the infrastructure and the fueling operations. Space constraints is quite a big one. So are there airports or airfields that have limitations on using space to create new stands, put new infrastructure in, or simply the lead time or disruption of implementing that? There's also limitations on infrastructure, whether that's local roads for bringing vehicles to site, whether that's bringing recharging vehicles or hydrogen tankers to some of the smaller locations, or whether that's actually in the electrical infrastructure, both on the airport, particularly with many of the airports being quite old, or whether it's limitations on the infrastructure more locally from the network operator for electricity. But let's talk more positively about opportunities. We think some airports and airfields could start by lowering the risk of bringing fuel to site. I'll talk more in the roadmaps about details of that, but there are opportunities where you can start to support zero-emission aircraft without putting much physical infrastructure in place. There is, of course, investment required in the operations and the people and those supporting systems, but that's something that can be done first to start to de-risk the application of it. There's opportunity for some automation in refueling with these new technologies. There's complexities around managing hydrogen and electric at the aircraft, and some automation may be possible, obviously at the same or a better level of safety, as we don't want to compromise safety. Air quality may be improved on the airports with more regulations potentially coming. So new aircraft types and the fueling infrastructure may help improve air quality. I'm not going to go into detail on the debate around noise, although you'll see from one of the demonstrations earlier that certainly electric general aviation aircraft are quieter than their internal combustion equivalents. It's also an opportunity to maybe start fresh on your supply chain. Consider how you may get avgas for general aviation or kerosene to your airport today. Is there a different way of doing this in the future with hydrogen? Considering hydrogen hubs in the proximity. Does that mean you could store less fuel on site as you might do today for having, say, 3 or 4 days of buffer stock? Could you reduce that down to just 1 or 2 and therefore reduce some space constraints? But basically start fresh. This is an opportunity to start now with new fuel types. And also consider renewable generation for managing cost and providing some energy security. I'm going to hand back to Henry to just talk about the impact, and you'll hear more from me later on the roadmaps in the afternoon. Thank you.
I mean, Mark gone through quite a lot of stuff that we've been going on, and it sounds like that we are miles away before we are there. But actually, I want to say that I think we can do that. We can get these hydrogen electrifications introduced in our airport very shortly. If you think about a few years ago, when we talk about sustainable aviation fuel, to date, there are over 370,000 flights have been taken to the sky using the sustainable aviation fuel since 2016, when we talk about it. And just to 2021 alone, there are 100 million liters of sustainable aviation fuel was used. So if you look at the time scale, I think the hydrogen electrifications can come very relatively shortly. And what we are doing on this program has significantly increased our profile of the UK technology and capability that deliver against the government 10-point plan. So it's not just about getting the UK airport ready, but it's also technology. How can it go and demonstrate it to the other around the globe, and actually getting the worldwide airport and airfield getting ready to it. What we're also doing is quite a lot of support in the development of hydrogen and battery infrastructure technologies, which for the audience here today can go and talk to the people upstairs, and also people online, that in our expose button that you can click on it, and also you can do real-time meeting with all our experts around today and have conversation how we can achieve it. It creates a lot of opportunities of how we grow our UK supply chain for clean mobility in aviation products, as well as it's applicable all the other area, as I illustrate other type of project we are doing at the moment. And hopefully all of this will accelerate the reductions of carbon footprint associated with airport and aircraft operations. And just in the last 12 months alone, we have done quite a lot of stuff in demonstrating it. I mean, this is the first of its kind of UK to focusing on zero emission flight infrastructure to support all UK airport and airfield. Not individual initiative, is how we work together as a nations. You will hear later on about first of a kind of UK electric aircraft on solar recharging. We've done a first of a kind of hydrogen pipeline refueling from the ground side to the air side, and also how high pressure refueling in the airport environment. And all of this work we're doing is not trying to get one beneficiary. We need to get all of us working together from airport, understanding the requirement and what's coming up ahead. And instead of afterthought of aircraft design, how it's being refueled, aircraft developers now have an understanding of the concept and the technology on the infrastructure side of how it potentially support the aircraft that they are going to design on. We do a light touch on actually from a perspective of energy sectors to have an awareness of what the demand and what the requirement the airport will have, and provide them an investment understanding for the future for both places and airport and transport hub may be required of hydrogen and electrifications. And more importantly, we actually developed a set of evidence base of the use of novel propulsion systems in airport environment, allowing regulator to understand what sort of regulatory requirement may need to set to allow all the industry will be able to develop. Aircraft operator and awareness of what's coming up, what their operation may be changing, and what's the infrastructure may be ready for them to use. I can't stress on the technology. We are accelerating a lot of development in this area to getting us ready. And for government perspective, we are increasing the awareness and implication of hydrogen and electrifications of aviations on airports, informing the future policy settings, and as well as identify the opportunity for export for UK expertise. And lastly, everything we are doing here will be online or already online, so actually allowing the public to have fully aware of what we are doing and setting the journey and making sure everyone understands the safety implications for the passenger, as well as we talk about the air quality and also noise for the local residents living around the airport. And what I will encourage you to talk to all our experts today, both online and physically. And now I'll hand back to Sam. Thank you.
Fantastic. Well, thank you, Henry and Mark. As you can see, a huge amount of hard work has gone on here. Lots of thinking, lots of detailed problem exploration, and so it's great to see that. And there's lots more information to dive into. We've got a couple of minutes for Q&A. We've spoken at you for a lot, and so it's your first opportunity, both in the room and online, to ask some questions before we move on to our next sessions. I've got one question coming online. Anyone in the room? I'll perhaps take one from each to start with. Yeah, great. So Anthony's got a mic. You want to go first?
Hi, Sergey Grachev, Nibo Air. When you were quoting sustainable flights in numbers like 3,000, does that experimental flights mostly?
Sorry, Sergey, could you just ask again?
You were quoting in the last bit, sustainable flights already flown. The number was around 3,000. That's experimental flights, right?
That's the total sustainable aviation fuel being applied on those flights.
What does that mean? Could you peruse on that?
Let's make sure your mic's back on.
I'm not sure. That is about the sustainable. That's using the sustainable aviation fuels on those flights. Any flight journey that actually could using partial or fully on sustainable fuels.
But in practical terms, aviation is not using sustainable fuels as yet for passenger carrying.
No. That wasn't just for passenger. That was just
Experimental. Got it. Thank you.
Great, thanks for that clarifier. I've got one online that I'll come to. Graham, Theo says, what will be the real driver for change? Is it likely to be a major airline placing an order for a hydrogen aircraft? For example, remember the A380? Is this going to come down to a big purchase?
Yeah, I think when some of the airlines make orders with the manufacturers, that will be a driver. But there's lots of opportunity before that for smaller sectors. The technology is already here for electric aircraft, and you'll see more on that in one of our demonstrations. And we then expect the technology to mature from the bottom up. So it might then move through into business aviation, and then maybe commuter or sub-regional, depending on how you want to define it. So I think it's going to scale up. I think maybe the airlines will place orders, but those aircraft will come later when they're at that scale. It's also driven ultimately by consumers as well, and or any policy or mandates, things like carbon pricing or charges at airports, starting to penalise or reward, depending on your views, for those that operate zero-emission aircraft.
That's great. Thanks. Graham?
Oh, hi, guys. In the future, do you see there will always be a blend between sustainable aviation fuels, electrification, and hydrogen, or because of the use case differences, or will it blend into like a single choice in the future?
Take or shall I?
Can start off with. I think it won't be a big bang. It will be a slowly transitions. There will be a mixture of things. So one thing when we talk about the infrastructure side of it, we have not considered, like, there are always talk about why don't we use the existing infrastructure already in place? Can we convert it? But no, it's a slowly transitions. Like we talk about the previous questions, there wouldn't be a big bang of like aircraft suddenly become hydrogen, but it was slowly migrations of it. So it's all about parallel of going on.
I think it comes down to whether hydrogen combustion can work for the larger aircraft, whether that's something that has the right economics and technical maturity to do. I think one of the forecasts suggests through 2060, SAF will still be in use. And beyond that, I think we need to see maybe in another 10 years as to whether 2060 is the date or whether it's still moved. Maybe in 100 years, internal combustion from SAF or avgas might not be around, although I'm sure some of the people listening operating historic aircraft will still want to do that, but very limited, obviously, from there.
Thank you.
Very good. I've got one here, and then if there's time, I'll squeeze this one out. So coming back, actually, you said something about this at the beginning, so about the range of other things we're doing. And as Mark here has asked the question, to what extent is the potential for airports to become energy hubs, providing competitive advantage to the region in which they sit via ready access to next generation fuels? About the not just investment in the aviation infrastructure, but what that then creates for other sectors. Want to comment on that, either?
That's exactly part of the work that we are doing at Connected Places Catapult, and also with the Department of Transport. I mean, as you can see, we're aware of quite a lot of investment actually on Teesside Hub, and actually part of our work that we are going on here. That's what I touched on about what we are doing on hydrogen of heavy goods vehicles, as well as in the maritime sectors. We are treating all the transport hub as potential energy hub sources. So we are taking that holistic approach and looking at the hydrogen as a source of energy or electric as a source of energy, and how it can be applicable in the airport environment, but as well as for the aircraft is the potential use for heavy goods vehicle as it arrived at the airport, and also other type of mode of transport as it arrived.
Fantastic, great. And I saw a hand here, so squeeze this. Is you? Is that right? Go on. Got 1 minute.
Alejandro Bloch from the ATI. Thank you for the presentation. Just curious on how did you draw the split between electric aircraft, hydrogen aircraft, and SAF in the assumptions? Because you talk about the infrastructure for the three of them. So was there an assumption based on range, on payload, or?
So the diagram shown was from the government's Jet Zero recent publication. So that's their ambition as to how they believe those three technologies will play out. So that's maybe a question for DFT they could take later on, if that's all right, Alejandro.
Very good. Well, that's a perfect segue. These guys are around all day. They'll be delighted to talk to you over coffee. Mark's back later on, as he said, to talk through a bit more of the work in further detail. But for now, let's join me in thanking them again. And as has been said many times, we've delivered this project on behalf of and in collaboration with the Department for Transport. We have a deep and rich and enduring collaboration. So we're very pleased with the Department for Transport. I'm very pleased to invite Professor Sarah Sharples to come and say a few words of keynote. Sarah, I'm sure you all know, is Chief Scientific Advisor at the Department for Transport. She's Professor of Human Factors at the University of Nottingham, and she's no stranger to the Catapult, having previously served on our board. So welcome back. Over to you.
Thank you very much. And it's really, really nice to be here, seeing people in person again. As an academic, this is our bread and butter, and it's been quite hard for the last 2 years not being in front of people and being able to speak about some of the fantastic work that has been taking place in competitions such as we're hearing about today. So I've been in the role of Chief Scientific Advisor for the Department for Transport since last July. And one of the things I'm absolutely delighted to have inherited is the TRIG programme. The Transport Research Innovation Grants are really, really excellent initiatives that aim to push along technology from the conceptual stage, from the feasibility stage, to accelerate the way in which we can learn and we can innovate from a UK perspective to address some of the very real challenges that we find ourselves facing. So you've already seen another version of this diagram that actually sort of emerged also from some of the Clean Sky work that was done by the European consortia over many, many years. Now, rather than talk about the specifics of the different lines, what I'm going to highlight here is that this diagram represents uncertainty. So we know that there is a likelihood, first of all, that if we do nothing, that aviation carbon emissions will increase over the next 20 or 30 years. So therefore, there are policies and approaches that are there to look at how we can reduce the carbon output of aviation. And there are a number of different solutions we need to consider here. We've already heard the conversation around the balance between sustainable aviation fuels, electrification and hydrogen, for example. And actually, my answer would be, well, we haven't made some sort of magic prediction as to what the mix should be. This is the purpose of research, development, and demonstration, is to understand what the different potential for those different solutions are for different parts of the aviation ecosystem. And it's why programs like Trigg and ZEFI are so important. And the reason that we have programs like small innovation grants, such as we're hearing about today, is because we're working in a very, very complex landscape. And this is actually a simplified version of what we're dealing with in the transport decarbonisation and transport innovation challenges within the UK. And actually, whilst, of course, we're UK focused, this will be very, very similar challenges that we're seeing faced internationally as well. So first of all, we know that transport has a modal approach to it. We know that there are differences from a technological and a behavioural point of view to the way in which we need to address challenges around aviation, around maritime, around roads, and around rail. But we also know that sometimes taking a siloed or a modal-only approach means that we miss some opportunities when it comes to innovation. If we take, for example, the world of autonomy, we know that autonomy has perhaps been driven, excuse the pun, by a lot of work in personal automotive transport. But we also know that much of the learning that we see there from sensing technologies, from connected vehicles, has potential to be applied in, for example, maritime, where we're seeing the emergence of smart shipping and increased use of autonomy. So one of my jobs as Chief Scientific Advisor is to identify these cross links between different types of work that are taking place. It's a quite joyful role being Chief Scientific Advisor for the department, because I don't speak for the department, I speak to the department, and I work with and I listen to many of the different conversations such as we're having here today. And my job is to both independently challenge the department, but also support the department in how it embeds science and engineering, research and innovation thinking in all that it does. So one of the ways that we do that is through thinking about particular cross-modal challenges that really, really have a role when it comes to science and engineering. So we founded a new emerging technologies team, and this team really aims to not just think about the technologies that are being deployed now, but the technologies for the future. So we're looking at quantum technologies. We're looking at future applications of artificial intelligence. We're looking at 6G communications technologies, as well, of course, as making sure that we are making our colleagues able to take advantage of some of the closer to market opportunities around autonomy and sensing. We also know that science and engineering plays a really important role in resilience. And resilience has a really, really broad meaning. It might be resilience to climate change. It might be resilience to societal change. It might be resilience to short-term disruption that we might see in parts of our transport network. Reducing environmental impacts is a massive focus of our work. At the moment, much of the funding within the department around research and innovation is focused on decarbonisation, the particular carbon budget targets that we have and the government policies in place. But we are, I think, seeing a bit of a change to a broader view around reducing environmental impacts, very much considering air quality and biodiversity as part of that whole systems view. We need to think about our embedding engineering and science expertise. The Department for Transport is really interesting because it's actually quite a small department when you compare it to the arm's length bodies that are then delivering our road networks and delivering our rail in particular in the UK. And that's where a lot of expertise sits, as well, of course, as in our academic and our industrial settings as well. And we need to be thinking towards the future. So we have a dedicated futures team that is not just itself doing the foresighting and thinking about the future technologies on the horizon, but embedding a way of futures thinking within colleagues in the department so that we make sure that we're guiding that policy and that delivery work to be mindful of the way in which things might change. And then the final thing that I, as Chief Scientific Advisor, have particular responsibility for is much of the cross-government thinking. And this sits alongside the cross-government policy work and delivery work that also takes place. So as Chief Scientific Advisors, we all, led by Patrick Vallance, who is now a very familiar face to all of you, work together to think about the underpinning science and engineering required to address some of these cross-cutting challenges. So we're talking today about work that sits under the net zero strategy. And if you haven't already reviewed the net zero research and innovation framework, I strongly encourage you to look at that as a guiding document that is there to set the scene for the different types of innovation funding and priorities that we should be thinking about over a longer term period to make sure we're really addressing these critical challenges towards net zero that we face. You've also heard about hydrogen. There's a government hydrogen strategy and increasing cross-cutting work in hydrogen that's being looked at. And then the Prime Minister chairs the now permanent National Science and Technology Council, which is there specifically to make sure that science has a formal role in government decision-making. And the purpose of all of this is that we can't look at our modes in silos and we can't look at transport in isolation of the overall challenges for the UK in decarbonisation and reducing environmental impacts. Some of the discussion earlier around sustainable aviation fuel, well, if we could say we'll prioritise all of the feedstock towards sustainable aviation fuel, then we might have a very different picture than if we think about the broader industrial needs for all feedstock, for example. If we think about the electric and energy demands that we have not only for electrification and charging, but also the role of electricity in production of hydrogen and green hydrogen in particular, then you can see we need to take this whole systems view. So I just wanted to pull out why the Transport Research and Innovation grants are so important. The reason these important grants are here is because in order to innovate effectively, we need to try things, and actually we need to allow things to fail, and we need to allow things to fail fast. We learn from them and we move on. So it's not just about the scientific learning that is emerging, but it's also about the ecosystem that's being supported, the SMEs that are emerging, the skills that are developing, the diversity of voice that we're actually hearing in terms of informing the way in which we're delivering our future transport systems. And the diversity of projects that we see through Trigg, I think, is really, really impressive in this context. So if we compare, for example, the work that's being led by the University of Warwick, looking at how we might be able to consider future airports while not disrupting the activities of those airports, while also maintaining the facilities to enable both electrification and hydrogen. One of the questions that I get asked quite often is about coexistence of different systems in the same physical setting and what the challenges that might bring are. It's very bad, by the way, having to explain projects where I know that the people who lead these projects might be in the room. So please do tell me, maybe in the break, not in public, if I've misrepresented things. And then actually 2 projects that I've seen physically in the last week. First at Queen's University Belfast, where I was yesterday, looking at the role of composite materials in hydrogen distribution infrastructure and storage infrastructure. We know that hydrogen presents an opportunity and a challenge in terms of demand, distribution, storage and use. And that may require us to use new materials to enable that distribution, storage and use, as well as the opportunity to repurpose existing infrastructure. And their work at Cranfield University that's looking at safer handling of hydrogen. And of course, Cranfield have got this very distinct opportunity with their physical setting to be able to test things at scale, which I think is something that many of us can take advantage of. So I just wanted to close actually by unintentionally answering one of the questions that came up before, which is how we can actually look at this from a systems perspective. I think one of the questions before was asking about the role of transport technologies and infrastructure in terms of stimulating demand and acting as a hub. And this is exactly what the Tees Valley Hydrogen Hub that was established actually by my predecessor and a team from the Department for Transport and announced in 2020 as a living laboratory to see what happens when we co-locate different elements of the hydrogen ecosystem in the same physical location. We know that we need a certain level of demand for hydrogen in order to make the economic case for hydrogen production and the delivery of hydrogen infrastructure to be much more viable. So this is a living laboratory that aims to bring together a number of different transport modes, including heavy goods vehicles, maritime and aviation, and think about green hydrogen production, and think about the infrastructure, and think also about the research, development and demonstration, because we need skills in understanding hydrogen innovation and the scientific challenges and opportunities it presents if we're going to accelerate our progress towards hydrogen in particular. So I'll just conclude there by saying thank you to the Connected Places Catapult for their excellent role in delivery and support of this event and the ZEFI programme more generally. Thank you to my colleagues at the Department for Transport. I can take no credit for any of the work that happens there, but I've been really, really impressed by what I've seen in terms of the keenness of those who work in policy, who work in standards and work in regulation, to work with the scientific and the engineering and the innovation community so that we genuinely make sure that not only are we getting the best learning and insight into the policy and delivery, but we're also making sure that we're setting ourselves out well to stimulate industry and innovation for the UK and for prosperity as well. And then I'd just like to say thank you to all of you, because actually, as a government department, we're a teeny tiny part of the ecosystem. And actually, what we need is to make the work that we do redundant, and then the community and the industry and the ecosystem and the economy sort of takes care of the problems themselves. So it's all about thinking about how I can advise the department about what levers we can use to stimulate and accelerate things so they then work to deliver the outcomes that we all know transport is so important in delivering in terms of the well-being and prosperity of society. So thank you all very much, and I look forward to seeing some of the demonstrations later. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you very much. Well, you mentioned the Trigg programme, and I mean, this is a topic that's important enough. Decarbonisation, climate action, it's an important imperative to be doing anyway. But as the Catapult, our job is to help drive innovation and grow companies who can rise to these innovation imperatives. And so I'm delighted to be inviting Rebecca Goulding up to say a few words about the kinds of innovations that have been going on, and she's got a video to show you in a moment as well. So Rebecca, over to you.
Lovely, thank you so much, Sam. So yeah, my name's Rebecca Goulding, and I am in the incredibly privileged position of leading all of the Department for Transport's Transport Research and Innovation grant programmes. Can I just say how fantastic it is that we were joined by Professor Sarah Sharples from the DFT, that was the DFT's Chief Scientific Advisor, who took time out of her very busy schedule to be with us personally today. And I just wanted to extend my personal thanks for championing our very special programme in this way. So I realise I'm standing between you and your break, so I'll try and be quick. So Trigg ZEF this Trigg programme is my sixth Trigg programme that my team and myself have led on behalf of the DFT. And this particular Trigg programme, as we've already heard, did play a very significant role in the wider ZEFI programme. So why is Trigg so special? Trigg is the DFT's mechanism by which innovators are supported to create technology, products and services that will make our transport systems cleaner, more efficient, safer, and more accessible for everybody. More broadly speaking, as Sarah alluded to, it enables transport innovators to either succeed or to fail fast, which is crucially important. It provides that really crucial funding and bridges that gap where small businesses and academics sometimes struggle because of cash flow to be able to progress their technology to a point of proof of concept. And in terms of failing fast, it enables innovators to really focus their energy on the technology that's going to have the most impact to the industry and to the users that they are intending to serve. Am I doing the slides, Gail? Sorry. So through Trigg ZEF, so what did we actually do? Okay, so we found the very best innovators who were developing technology that will do the incredibly difficult job of enabling hydrogen and electric fueled flight. So we found these innovators, We brought them onto the programme. We gave them each up to £50,000 to progress their technology to proof of concept. What the Trigg and the real secret sauce of the Trigg programme is not just giving innovators funding, which of course is a huge help in the commercialisation journey, but also it provides commercial support to these organisations, really enabling them to immerse themselves in their intended markets, to make those industry connections and networks and links with policy teams at the DFT, without which they may not have been able to forge. Additionally, because this area, I mean, Henry alluded to the fact that we've made huge advances already since 2016 with enabling sustainable flight. There is a lot more work to be done, and these innovators are working in silos, creating this fantastic technology. But what we did with Trigg ZEF is that we provided them with a community, and we brought them together regularly to be able to bounce ideas off one another and realize that actually they're not doing this alone, and they can have this community where they can talk to each other and kind of figure out new ideas. So this is our cohort, and if you are sticking around and you have time, please go and check them out. We have stands, exhibitor stands in the foyer. Please go and talk to everyone. It will provide excellent collaboration and networking opportunities for our cohort, and it's a great way to find out a bit more what they're doing. Quite a few of them bought physical demonstrable things to look at, which is always exciting. I'm not going to touch too much on the kinds of things that they were investigating. I'm sure you can sort of find that out by talking to them. And I just wanted to very briefly touch on the value add of the programme. So, of course, Trigg is early stage. So we're looking at kind of TRL 2 to 4. So we're not expecting, with a small amount of investment, we aren't looking for kind of large scale prototypes to be created. We're looking for kind of feasibility studies to be undertaken. However, what the key things that we look to capture in each Trigg programme is the number of business support sessions delivered, the number of innovators that graduate from the programme and say, yeah, do you know what? I really understand my market a lot more than I did 6 months ago. I've made some fabulous new industry connections and collaborations, and I actually have some new commercial opportunities that have been generated off the back of this Trigg programme, without which would not have been possible. So now, without further ado, I'm going to show a very short video with our innovators who are going to talk very briefly about their experience of participating in the Trigg programme.
So it's been a very flexible programme. It's allowed us to develop our technology in a way that was more realistic and more in keeping with what's needed for sustainable aviation.
What was quite helpful in this process was having regular communication with the Connected Places Catapult, whether it's about dissemination event, whether it's about the coming up paperwork or the deadlines or etc. They were always very supportive.
The Trigg ZEF programme has been very helpful to us at Ultima Forma. It's helped us to develop a new piece of technology, to build new relationships with industry, and it's been a very sort of supportive, collaborative environment as well.
I think it is really pushing the boundaries. It's really forward-looking in the type of activities it does fund. It's very nimble in the way that it interacts with the companies that are part of the cohort. So whatever support you need, you get.
The first thing is collaboration. It's really opened up doors for networking and getting to understand the work that is going on within the industry. And without the Trigg ZEF programme, we wouldn't have been able to commence this project with our friends now at Siemens Process Systems Engineering. And the funding has helped facilitate innovation that's really driven new technology forward in a time frame that wouldn't have been possible without it.
These early stage innovations that required funding were made possible by being part of the program. And not only that, the access to the network, as well as the expertise that the Catapult provided, were greatly of benefit, including the exposure through marketing that we're getting as a result of being in the program.
The application process was straightforward compared to many other schemes. The questions were straightforward, the forms were quite simple. There was a fast response to our questions to say whether we were funded or not, and then the project started quickly and ran in a condensed timescale.
The support is amazing, so I cannot complain about anything, so nothing missed from the ZEFI team, from the finance to the project manager team, so everyone is really fully committed to support us in the best way that they can.
It opens the doors and for such possibility, and also the publicity material which Trigg ZEFI is producing, that's also going to help us link up to more stakeholders.
Oh, I really enjoyed the study. I enjoyed we have a monthly coffee break catch-ups, and to connect with people and also hear about their programs and how they are progressing and what they're up to. It was really interesting.
So for us it's been the ability to have a funded project to help us develop our model, but really to also help work with an industry partner to get real data and ensure that we're developing the model in the right way so it can be used by future airports.
It has been quite seamless, to be honest. The team has provided us great support throughout the project. They've been in constant communication, and also we have had the opportunity to learn about the different projects that are going on through the Coffee Connector. So overall, I would say I really enjoyed.
To have a funded research project that examines something in that medium term, and something that is really quite cutting edge, I think, both in terms of the technology we're using, but also the topic of the research, has been a really valuable opportunity for us. I think that's something that actually makes the Trigg programme stand out in that respect.
Thank you for doing that. What inspiring testimony. Well done to you and to everyone who's been involved. Really, really exciting. Great. So we are now entering a half-hour coffee and networking break. As Beck said, there are exhibitor stands upstairs. So tea and coffee is on the one level up on the first floor. Do go and chat to the cohort from the program. And as you say, there's all sorts of exciting things you can touch and hear about. Those of you online, in 15 minutes, there's going to be some information directly for you. So you've also got time to go and get a cup of tea or coffee and then come back in 15 minutes and you'll have a special session just for you where some of our innovators will be talking to you. Otherwise, a bell, those in the room, a bell will ring to encourage you to come back, or someone will shout, or something will happen which will say, come back at the appropriate moments. Hope you've enjoyed it so far. See you in half an hour for some more. Very good, very good. Well, I was preemptive, wasn't I? I'm welcoming you back because there was a video to say. Welcome back. I think everyone has pretty much made it down now. As I said before, I hope you found someone inspiring and interesting to meet over coffee. And if not, try again, try harder at lunchtime. So you've heard a lot about what's been going on. There's been really clear structured thinking about the challenges and the path to get to the future we want to achieve. You've heard a bit about some of the brilliant, innovative companies and academics that we've been working with and been able to support and what they're doing to accelerate the journey towards that future. And we're really excited to come onto a section now talking about some practical demonstrations that we've enabled through this program, again, to move things closer to reality. One of the things we do at the Catapult is to de-risk through demonstration. We recognize it's really hard to do innovation in complex environments with lots of regulations and competing interests. And so it's essential that as well as having really high value conversations and collaborations and doing the thinking, we also need to make it easier to do things and validate or indeed disprove the process. And maybe, as we were saying before, sometimes proving that it doesn't work is a useful outcome. So we've got 3 demonstrations. These have all been under embargo until today. Henry gave a bit of a teaser of them a moment ago. You can hear a bit more about them now. So first off, I'm delighted to invite, forgive me, I've lost your name. George from Ricardo, who tells us about what he's been doing. Over to you, George.
Morning all. Oh wow. I'm George from Ricardo. Thanks for the intro. If I can, I've been leading the project to pilot a methodology for understanding the airport infrastructure as it stands now. If I pop through this, I'll try and be brief and try and condense all the information very quickly. First things first, I wanted to thank the airports that have worked with us. 3 airports, Glasgow as a large airport, as part of the AGS group, Inverness and Sunborough as part of the HIAL group. They've worked with us to help us understand their sites, understand the barriers to getting in, getting out, and offer learnings that hopefully will make it a scalable program in the future. So what were we trying to do? What's the context behind this? At a really high level, we're trying to understand the relationship between flights, aircraft, and electricity use on the ground. There are other projects looking specifically at aircraft, but we're just trying to understand what happens on the ground. And in particular, we're looking at what happens before arrival. We're looking at what happens once the plane is on the ground and connected to the airport, and then also looking at after departure. At a high level, we're assuming things like the HVAC system, circulating air, preparing for people on site. We're looking at the baggage handling, we're looking at the security systems, looking at lighting, looking at communications, safety systems, weather systems, that sort of thing. And starting from a base level, at the moment, it won't surprise, well, I hope it doesn't surprise you that the electrical distribution systems on airports are not designed for metering. They're typically designed they were designed for a particular purpose a long time ago. Some are old Air Force bases, and over time they've been modified and tinkered with to deliver the needs now. And so making sense of where energy is being used on an airport is a bit of a challenge. And what analyses will allow you to get those insights is not clear. So we've been looking at ways of doing that. We've been looking at what type of data is relevant in terms of, if you were to do an 80-20 Pareto analysis, what are the things that are useful for communications, for decision makers, as well as useful for engineers to allow them to make the design decisions and have the evidence to be sure they're building on a house of stone rather than a house of sand. So in particular, what we've been doing, if I give you a bit of detail, is looking at the electrical network analysis. So what is actually there? It's not consistent between airports at all, for the reasons I've just outlined. And when we're looking at that, we're looking at both procedures getting onto site and also looking at the systems that they have there. So things like you'll encounter strange things like different numbering systems, different conventions. Lots of systems are combined onto the same, are fed by the same distribution network, but are for different purposes. And so it's hard to disaggregate and understand overall for the UK whether there is a commonality that can be drawn out of that. We've done some targeted sub-metering at particular systems, things like ground lighting, instrument landing system, to help inform our conclusions about where there are opportunities to understand further and where it frankly looks like noise. And then the whole idea is to pull all of this data, which is significant, and draw it together in a way that's easy for engineers to understand and easy for policymakers and decision makers to see where the opportunities are, where there are barriers to moving things forward. In particular, we've had several learnings around people and organizational alignment. It's not easy to get onto airports for good reason. They're both secure and we want them secure and safe, but it means that understanding their energy use and getting into airports is not easy. From an engineering point of view, every system seems to be different. and they don't have common practices, which also means that there's a great deal of alignment to be figured out at that level. And then just the logistics. If the idea is to scale this up to several sites, you want to, sorry, I can hear myself, it's very strange. How you execute that in particular across sites and make it easy for them, because that's, it's not their day job, is particularly important. And for that, in particular, we're thankful to Glasgow, Inverness, and High Elm. What I'll show you is some of the outputs of the interactive visualizations that we've been using. So this is just a sample of the tools that we're using to do the analysis itself, to help give insight as to where there are opportunities. In particular, we're looking at a daily average plot, and one of the features that's probably most interesting as a headline is the green line is for the fire service. That was unexpected, if I'm honest. We did not expect that we still don't know why the fire service have used so much power, and lighting systems aren't. So just as a quick headline, that was an interesting potential opportunity for investigation. If I look at the timeline, which is a different tool, and I explain it a bit. For Sunborough Airport, and the green squiggly line is the local temperature. And what we've been doing is trying to understand what the energy use on site looks like as compared to those, as compared to flights, assuming that there's a relationship. At this level, there's no clear pattern other than, like I said before, the fire service seemed to be using a great deal of power for no clear reason. But when you zoom in, what we find is that there are a couple of other interesting things. In particular, there are spikes in the ground, airfield ground loop that we can't explain. They're using quite a lot of power, impacting the sizing and general structure of the distribution of the general structure of the distribution network, and provide potentially an opportunity for change to make the system more efficient and allow more capacity for charging. So I think that's me with 5 minutes.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, George. Well done. One of the things we say we do at the Catapults is the difficult first thing, and sometimes gathering all that data and working out what the baseline is the difficult first thing, isn't it? Working out where you are to start with. So thank you for the work you've done to gather that, and we'll have you back in a moment to answer some questions. So we've got 2 videos now. As Henry referred to earlier, we've done 2 first-of-a-kind demonstrations as part of this. The companies involved are upstairs. So first up, we've got Nebo Air and Nuncats, who have delivered the first off-grid electric flight, a lot of grid charged electric flight in the UK. Around the UK? Yeah. So, oh, and thank you, Gail. Apologies if I confused any of you earlier. If you were meant to be doing a pitch, then there was a still happening out here. So if you're among these exhibitors expecting to be doing a pitch, please don't forget to go and use that slot. Thank you, Gail. Roll VT, as they say.
This live trial was commissioned by the Connected Places Catapult in October 2021 as part of the Zero Emission Flight Infrastructure Programme. This project is looking at how smaller airfields within the UK can lead the way in electric aviation, and in this case working with renewable electricity.
What we're trying to prove here is we're trying to create a showcase for the local airfields in the UK. Majority of people think electric aviation is way away, it's many years away. It's actually not. So by doing this, we're showing that can be done today.
What makes this really special is this is the first demonstration of its kind in the UK. There has been electric flights before, but this is using renewable energy, We perform this flight on a live airfield, and we then come back and charge the aircraft again. So this work is really exciting. We're really pleased to see what's been done.
To build a charging station like this at a CAA approved airfield, there are normal planning considerations that you'd have with any building. Other than that, the permissions are dealt with by the airfield under their authority through the CAA. So it's no more onerous than any other PV installation. The microgrid at the moment is configured to fast charge the pipistrel. In the past we've charged other EVs as well, our aircraft and a motorbike at the same time. So yes, we can charge up to 3 vehicles at a time.
What makes it special, I think, is the collaboration between different companies trying to achieve that. Because we only operate the aircraft. We couldn't build a charging station, so Nancats comes in with this fantastic charging station solution, and there was a lack of funds, and that comes connecting Places Catapult with financial support.
What we've demonstrated here today is that we can effectively charge the existing electric aircraft at remote airfield sites like this using existing technologies.
So today we're at Cotswold Airport and we're with our partner ZeroAvia to demonstrate the ground infrastructure for refueling of hydrogen aircraft. So we're looking at what the infrastructure will look like and how that will fit into daily operations, which includes the handling, the equipment itself, and also how we would actually store the hydrogen and how we would operate with the aircraft itself.
So with this demonstration, we're trying to prove the same concept of operations with hydrogen as we have with current Jet A in a traditional airport. What does this mean? It means we'll be moving hydrogen from the ground side via pipeline to the air side, and then moving the hydrogen into an aircraft through a mobile refueler. This is a unique demonstration that's proving out the ability to move hydrogen from the ground side to the air side using a pipeline. This is the first time it's been demonstrated in the UK, and indeed doing this at high pressure within an airport environment. I believe it's the first time it's been demonstrated in the EU. So this has been a fantastic project to show that the infrastructure we're developing at this scale, we expect can be scaled to any other commercial airport.
This demonstration has come about as part of the UK government's commitment to the 10-point plan for a green industrial revolution. And this is to invest in research and development that looks into infrastructure upgrades at UK airports, which helps the UK to transition into hydrogen and battery electric aircraft. This is the reason why the Department for Transport has funded the Connected Places Catapult's Zero Emission Flight Infrastructure project.
The funding from the ZEFI project has really helped us accelerate our infrastructure work. The biggest questions that we get from airlines is where's the fuel going to come from for your propulsion systems? And by accelerating that through the ZEFI program, we really got a lot further, a lot closer to actual commercial infrastructure for hydrogen.
So with this unique demonstration that allows us to move hydrogen from the ground side to the air side, we've had to overcome a number of challenges. The main one has been for a small company to upskill itself and its suppliers to deliver on time and on budget, and we've been very successful in doing so. Another challenge has been to ensure we have the right engineering processes in order to manage a complex and safety-critical system. And again, that's been something that we've been able to demonstrate to the same standards as any other process engineering problem. In order to build this pipeline, moving hydrogen from the ground side to the air side, we've had to go through a number of approval processes, primarily for safety, but also from an operation and process engineering perspective. The first approval set has been to do with the airport and getting approval from the airport in order to move high pressure gas from the ground side to the air side. The second has been around process safety and engineering, and those were approvals associated with our original equipment manufacturers to ensure that we fulfill the correct protocols. And then finally, we've had to seek approval and consultation with the fire brigade and the insurance companies.
So with the demonstration we've seen here today with Zero Avia, we can start to show airports what they can do with refueling trucks on the airport and with pipelines for fueling hydrogen aircraft. We've been talking to them about their timescales for entry into service, and this will be something that goes into the roadmap deliverable as part of the Zero Emission Flight Infrastructure project.
We believe that hydrogen is really the only scalable option for zero-emission aviation. And that has to do with the cost implication compared to alternatives like sustainable aviation fuels. But we also think it's actually the more environmentally friendly option compared to sustainable aviation fuels, because you have no carbon in the fuel, so there is no CO2 involved in the process at all. And you have very low temperature water vapor, which is proven to be a much less climate-inducing gas than all the emissions that you have from combusting sustainable aviation fuel. Later this year, we're going to start the flight test program of our 10 to 20 seat propulsion system. That will lead to a product that we will actually start selling to airlines by 2024. And that means ultimately you, as passengers, can fly zero emission by 2024 as well.
Well said. Well, incredibly exciting, as I say, to be able to share the opportunity to collaborate with academics, entrepreneurs, businesses, large and small, in this venture. I'm going to invite up many people who've been on the platform this morning for a slightly longer Q&A before we break for lunch. We haven't got quite enough seats for everyone, so I'm going to invite some to sit on the front row. Henry, you stay where you are, but Rachel, if you would like to come. No. Beg your pardon? Okay, that. Do that one. George, why don't you come back? Sergey and Tim from Zero Avia, one of you on the front row, please, and one of you up here, you can decide. And who else? Julian from Zero Avia, Sergey and Tim. I think that's enough people. So many of you are involved. It's exciting, isn't it? I'm going to get out of the way. Can I make yourselves comfortable? So this is your opportunity to ask questions. And you, Rebecca, please, yes, thank you, forgive me. No, you're not. Come on up, sorry.
I think you are as well, aren't you?
It's getting close to lunch. It's all been so smooth until now, and it's that kind of almost lunchtime. All right then, so we've got a couple of mics here. Is there one in the audience as well? Or are these the same ones to the audience? So you've got lapels, you've got lapels, you guys haven't got, I'll give one, you've got a lapel, use this to look after, and one for the room. Here we are. It's all very challenge Alec at this bit, isn't it? Okay, so say if you're online, please, questions in the same format as before. Someone will ping them to me, but those in the room. Lots of inspiring things happening so far, so I'm sure you guys want to dive in. Who wants to go first? Yes, go for it.
Thank you. Lindsay Oliver here from the BBGA, which is the British Business and General Aviation Association, and I have two parts to my questions. I want to understand Catapult's purpose and whether they can feed in to understanding the network of airfields, because we're talking a lot today about the infrastructure required at existing airfields, but has the research been done or has the question been asked about a strategic network of airfields within the UK? And the reason I ask for that is, are we trying to fit a square peg into a round hole? And my second question is, do we have enough skills? Future skills to supply the research and development for the new forms of aviation fueling that we're talking about today?
Great question, thank you. So either my CPC, Mark? Okay.
Yeah, so I think the first one on airports, the scope of the project this time hasn't looked at any new airports that might start to provide commercial service, if that's the reason for your question, or whether any new airfields might be created. So that's not been scope of this work at this time. But I think it's a good question as to whether there is a need for more regional connectivity. So I think it's a good question. I don't know whether Zero Avia might comment on that, as their aircraft might fit into some of those sized airports or airfields. Do you want to comment on that first? I can come back to skills, or do you want me to keep talking on skills?
I was going to pick up on the skills as well.
Okay.
continue with the skills.
Okay, great. So I think on skills, we've done some initial work within the project looking around some of the standards and procedures, and some of the trigs have done some acceleration work on that. I don't know if we have enough people to support it at this stage, if there are to be basically more flights on a daily basis, if more regional connectivity comes online. We've looked at whether some people could be upskilled on top of their existing activities, or whether we need to train different people to deal with these more complex fuels. So I did touch earlier on the automation piece. Personally, I've been thinking about whether there's a sort of a one-to-many relationship that come in if there was an element of automation around the aircraft. So could you have slightly less staff during the turnaround monitoring automated activities in part, but not reaching full automation and therefore having less people? So the short answer is more work to be done, but Julian's obviously going to touch on it from their side.
Like the short answer to your question is obviously no, right? On the second question, do we have enough skills at the moment? We do not, right? To give you an example from the actual demonstration project that we did, right, building that pipeline, the demand on the company that built the actual pipeline for us was so high that basically their lead times switched between, are we going to come this Friday? And then suddenly it was 2 months out. And then we had to negotiate back again to, this Friday. But that's because there's one company who does that. And that one company is most likely not going to supply the entirety of the UK. And also, right, you actually want to export some of that skill set as well. So if you then do it for Europe, for North America, for other markets, there's just not enough skills for that. And funnily enough, just to make a side comment, obviously this is kind of the main event today, and I'm really glad that everyone is here. But there is also the Future Flight Challenge that Innovate UK is hosting. As part of that, skills is a big topic there, and actually one of my colleagues is speaking on that exact topic today at that event, and I've seen a lot of friendly faces who are sitting on certain working groups on skills and diversity of skills as well, in that specific challenge, right? So I think it's both operational skills, it's R&D skills, and all these kind of things. But despite them not being there today, right, I think we can absolutely upskill the workforce, and we can train the people so that those skills come into existence in the next 2.5 years for actual commercial service.
Fantastic. Thank you. I've got a question that's come in online. This is from Robin. I love the idea of the simplicity of the Nebo Air and Nuncat solution. I understand these are the only certified electric aircraft in the UK. You may not know if that's true or not, you can clarify. It'd be a great idea to roll this out to flight training schools around the country. So I suppose the question is does it require different knowledge to fly these vehicles? And that's what we need to get people trained up on?
Yeah, the collaboration between team here and us was using two systems which are already exist. So unlike the guys from Zero Idea, we don't build. We are in contact and sort of support and adore each other, but we've got a type certified aircraft. My question in the very beginning of today to you was, what flights are you talking about? Our flights are the passenger take-in flights. Yeah, it's a two-seater, so it's the one passenger. But by definition, it's fully electric, zero emissions, £3 to charge for 1 hour aircraft. Then Tim was developing his own system, and it's a solar charging port which can be connected to the pipistrel charger, and the aircraft is charged from solar power. How much is available in the UK, it's a different question, but exercise is still there. On readiness of the airfields today, it's not ready at all. I mean, solar is great. We're not in Mexico. If you go and try and find strong three-phase supply on existing airfield, we checked 7 airfields between Demons Hall and Norwich. 6 were down. 1 was constantly connected to an ambulance helicopter. And we found a farmer, took us time, who had strong enough three-phase supply. And this is power line. It is, if we don't start digging now, we're not going to reach these targets. What are they? It's 35, 40? Simply just that. On skills, again, same thing. Because it's a type certified aircraft we're talking, we can't just give an engineer a job. It has to be a CA approved job. The engineers in this country, we're sending them at our own cost to Slovenia, where the aircraft is produced. And again, it's the only aircraft in the world, and it's the only training center in the world. and getting them back. This is existing engineers who do GA work on type certified aircraft, getting them back now certified to do electrics. So, and that is, we're very practical. I don't know what the guys are working on, a far more scientific and developed thing, but we just servicing an engine like an elevator, a couple of batteries and the inverter. Simple, but no engineers to service it. That's the comment.
That's great. Thank you. Well, it's a really important point, isn't it, around needing the skills pipeline to scale and implement these opportunities. So thanks for bringing that expertise and insight. Did anyone else want to come in on that one?
No, I guess just going back to the original intent of the question, I believe, in terms of differences to a normal single-engine piston aircraft, it doesn't have pistons, but they are generally designed to be eminently flyable by anyone with basic GA skills. It's the same as flying a Cessna or a Piper or anything else. You need a few hours of differences training with a certified instructor. So transitioning from piston engine to a single engine, single motor electric aircraft, certainly within a flight training type of environment, it's non-trivial but simple.
Great. That's great. I think it does answer the question. That's brilliant. Fantastic. Yeah, go for it. Yeah, no, that's you go. Yeah.
Just shout.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, microphone. Beg your pardon. Sylvia's running. Just come around with it. Need some music for this bit.
More accessible.
Probably. Isn't it? Oh, sorry.
I don't want to steal a good thing.
Get those steps in.
Almost forgot my question with excitement. Graham Williamson, Connect Place Catapult. What are the key things you think need to be in place to convince airports to invest in infrastructure? Maybe that's possibly to Zero Avia, given kind of it's on your commercial pipeline.
What are the things that need to be in place for airports to invest in infrastructure?
Yeah, so I guess how do you avoid the chicken and egg scenario in terms of getting them to invest in new hydrogen infrastructure before planes are there and vice versa?
So it's an excellent question. And luckily, my colleague Arnab will actually probably be addressing some of that later today in his keynote. But just fundamentally, right, I think the question is, to pick you up on the very direct question that you asked, right, I'm not even sure whether airports are the ones who will have to invest in that infrastructure. And that is a question of the business model that they want to run in the future, right? Like, do they want to provide their own fuel? Do they want to produce their own fuel, which is something that suddenly becomes possible with kind of, solar arrays or with even hydrogen electrolysis, right? You've seen it in the video that we're producing our own hydrogen on site. So you could imagine, right, that is something an airport would want to do. And some of the airports that we do speak to, they are exploring that avenue. But there is also other avenues that explore much more similar business models as you have today with jet fuel, right? Where basically a Shell Aviation or BP kind of provide the fuel, the airport takes, a certain share of revenues or rents out the facilities, whatever they do, right? There's different models. And that, at that point, becomes a different proposition. So what we propose is actually a power by the hour business model, right, towards the airline, which is something that kind of a lot of airlines know from the likes of Rolls-Royce, but including fuel in that, so wet power by the hour, if you will, that makes us responsible for providing the fuel, but we can do that and we can invest in that infrastructure with our partners because we know what the likely revenues are going to be coming up from the sales of our powertrain, right? So it takes basically risk out of the airport hand, puts that risk on our balance sheet, if you will. Does that answer your...
Yeah, it does. Good. Thank you.
Can I just chip in on that from a sort of light GA side of the market? We cheat. We've developed the power systems so that we can couple normal EV chargers to them as well, and they're the right sort of scale. And the simple economics of it are people who fly light aircraft in the developed world are early adopters of EVs because they're wealthy enough to be. So we can install the infrastructure to charge road-going EVs now, and as long as they're sited appropriately, we can charge electric aircraft as those fleets increase. So yeah, we cheat is the short version from our side of things. Also, if I'm wrong here, Sergey will correct me, but Nebo Air have got significant investment to get the aircraft into the UK. So there's a fleet of, I think, approaching 50 within the year. and then they're providing various leasing models to end users, flight schools and private individuals. So they've broken the chicken and egg by just buying eggs.
That was a good one. I actually
That's going to
agree.
be tweet of the day, isn't it?
I actually can't agree more with both of the last comments. And it's a very good comment from Zero Idea. Yes, the energy providers. We're talking to two energy providers simply providing charging stations. The trick with the charging stations, again, it's a statement from small people, two-seater aircraft, training. So training is a separate market. It's a lot of fuel burnt in training because the aircraft is constantly flying, not cargo and passenger carriers. However, what intensifies training for the flying school, we noticed, if the two neighboring airfields both have chargers, which is again a chicken and egg, because I'm not going to buy a charger for a neighboring airfield. I may buy one for myself. But if the two neighboring airfields both have chargers for training aircraft, the training gets like this, because now I can do the cross country, now I can do a land away. I don't need to do just circuits around the airfield. I can fly off at 30 minutes distance, say, charge, debrief, fly back. So I think if you want to intensify something, just roll out 100 stations and help the airfields. Now we're talking about small airfields. They will never have funding for that. So roll out, match fund or something, and get them excited about just having a charging station. Forget about the aircraft. The aircraft will fly in.
I would add on to that, that as part of the ZEFI program, one of the things to avoid that chicken and egg questions, well, I don't think even chicken and egg, because we've got audience here actually have the plane and flight is getting ready. And what it is, it will come as scaled. And what we're doing here is actually getting the accelerating, rather than all the aircraft standing there without a charging station or refueling stations. What we're here is prepping all the airports and airfield and industry, having all this capability equipped, ready. So airport and airline, when they start to understand the operating model, they can buy this technology much more readily. So I would say that the government is actually setting this initiative is as a forefront to making sure, rather we have all the plane grounders sitting there, cannot fly, is actually we're preparing all the industry and airport and airfield that they can just buy all this off the shelf when it's become available.
Fantastic. Excellent. Any more questions in the room? Go on, don't be shy. I know it's a few minutes for lunch, but you know this is a great opportunity. No, okay. We had one come in earlier, which I think I might come back to because it's quite relevant. So there was a question about the. This is from Mohammed about alternative fuels, and I think the alternative engine types is implied compared to fossil fuels for developing nations. We had a really interesting chat, weren't we, about the developing markets and the relative opportunities there. Any of you want to pick up about where the kind of international market fits and how the investments we're making here are creating opportunities elsewhere?
Well, I'll certainly pick up on that. It's worth mentioning, I think, what we've demonstrated as part of this program is one of a small strand of what NUNCATS is actually about. Our primary focus is electric bush planes for short-range humanitarian work where there is no infrastructure. We didn't go off-grid because it's convenient in rural Norfolk. We went off-grid because it's the only option for 1 billion people in the world with no functional access to healthcare. And everyone in the general aviation space knows with absolute certainty that if you can't fly 2 people with luggage for 1 hour, it's not worth it because no one will buy it. We haven't even flown our prototype, and we have a queue of NGOs for whom 15 kilometers over the ground is a life-saving flight. So that's what we're actually developing for, all of which is essentially funded by programs like this in the UK, where a relatively wealthy, largely hobbyist community will pay over the odds to know that actually their hobby's paying for some good somewhere. So yeah, our key model in all of this is to use the innovation ecosystems that we have in the developed world to produce low carbon alternatives for leisure flyers and hobbyists, but also make sure that they're tough enough and simple enough that we can send a kit out to a technical college in Nairobi and have it built to do something worthwhile there.
So from our point of view, yes, there's definitely real world applications out there. We haven't test flown it and we have a waiting list. So yeah, I think we're the right way around.
Seems that way. Did you want to come in, Mark?
Yeah. I think from the components we're looking at in ZEFI, there's the opportunity for the UK to lead. So for the technologies that we build, excuse me, the standards that we can develop, UK has the opportunity to export that knowledge abroad. Some countries are doing other things already. Sweden obviously has a certain geographical makeup that again means they've said electric flights. I'm going to get the date wrong, but I think it's early 2030s. They want a significant portion of their flights to be electric because, again, relatively short flights mean they can overcome mountains, ranges, and things like that instead of putting in ground links. So there is an opportunity to export, and I think that's something that the UK could lead on.
Great, thanks a lot. There's a question over here. Go for it.
So on the Ricardo project, I was just curious as to, in terms of everything else that's been discussed, what do you think about the likelihood of the demand being there and the supply being there for electricity? And with everything you saw, what do you think about the other two projects? And then also, as a final question, what was the hypothesis that you had, at least for the spikes in usage, which by the fire brigade and generally?
Are you picking me up on the normal mic or this one?
I think you're on the lapel.
That one. If I answer the second one first, and then we'll come back to the first one because it's a slightly longer answer. I think I outlined our hypothesis in the slide. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. What we expected to see was that there would be a base level usage on airports. That's fairly consistent, sort of a base load exactly, but not necessarily tied to anything, and particularly with the large airports. In terms of what we're seeing in those spikes, well, our initial hypothesis is that there are elements that distribution system has got other things connected to it. It's particularly strange because even though it looks regular, it's not. And so they probably, with the data that we've got, we can't tell. And I'm not trying to avoid the question, but it's got us a little bit flummoxed, in all honesty. In relation to the work that's being done on the aircraft side, and will that match airports? I suppose I would look at it in two ways. One is that you need to build the infrastructure, and Tim outlined in particular a sort of pragmatic approach to that in terms of using chargers and the existing technology already there. From the supply side, the constraint is about capacity. It's not about, and capacity is constrained by peaks, not by the average load. So finding ways to reduce peaks in use rather than average would seem to leave some room to grow whilst we figure out big changes in terms of infrastructure. So for small aircraft, it's probably something we can do now. For large aircraft, no.
Very good. Very good. Well, is your last call for questions in this Q&A? Anyone dying to ask? No. All right. Well, look, thank you very much for your attention and your engagement this morning. It's been really, really interesting, I think, and exciting to meet many of those who are at the cutting edge of solving the problems on the road to creating zero emissions infrastructure. After lunch, we're going to be hearing from some of the infrastructure owners and managers. We've got the Minister for Aviation speaking and talking about the policy agenda and lots more to come as well. So do stick around for the rest of the day. We've got an hour upstairs, back in the demo space and in the workspace for lunch. Carry on meeting, making new friends, finding new collaborators, and we'll see you in an hour. Thanks a lot. Welcome back. Who met someone interesting over lunch? Very good, very good. I'm pleased. It's important to give you guys homework. You know, we're not just here to sit and listen. You need to engage. It's really good. Look, well done for making it to this point. I hope you had the brownies. As I say, they are one of the best things about coming to events here. If you didn't get one, be sure to sneak up and get one before they get taken up to our staff team, who will enjoy them very much. And they will not thank me for telling you about them, because they would much rather that we took them upstairs and they ate them. But do thanks to Clerkenwell Kitchen for delicious food as ever. So in what can sometimes be a bit of a lethargic post-lunch session, we're going to mix it up by having some lightning talks. So we're going to keep you fired up and inspired. We've got some great speakers, starting off with Holly Grieg, Deputy Director of Aviation and Decarbonisation from the Department of Transport. And then I say we've got a sort of lightning quick fire set of other infrastructure owners and managers. And we're going to have an opportunity for Q&A. So as they're talking, note down your questions. If you're online, ping those questions in, they'll come through to me, and we'll get to that afterwards. So I think we've scooped enough people back up. I'm going to hand over to Holly, who's going to say a few words about addressing the challenges to zero emission aviation. Over to you.
Cool, thank you. I'm going to try not to make this the lethargic slot, as you suggested, but we'll see how we get on, and I'll try and keep it quick fire and exciting as well. Yeah, so those who don't know me, my name's Holly Grieg. As was introduced, I'm the Deputy Director for Aviation Decarbonisation in DFT, and it is great to be able to address you all today at the successful conclusion of the ZEFI project. And I look forward to an interesting panel discussion. I think it's with Jason, Graham, Nick and David. As the sponsor of this work in DFT, I'm really delighted to see its outputs today. I'm very aware of the challenges airlines and airports have faced over the last 2 years. Therefore, to see so many of you here today and to have had so many of you contribute to this project is really, really fantastic. And let me take the opportunity to thank Henry and his team at the CPC, Mark, Bookie and Anthony, but also a number of others who have delivered the project. Huge thanks from me. So turning to the project's findings, there are 2 areas from the project that I particularly wanted to talk about briefly today. The first is collaboration and the second is working internationally. These are both critical to delivering progress and addressing the challenges of aviation decarbonisation. So on collaboration, there remain a range of scenarios for the development and commercialisation of electric and hydrogen aircraft. And these were reflected within the government's scenarios in the Jet Zero consultation. These are new technologies which will need continued innovation, certification and airline customers. Clearly, the work needed by airports to handle new aircraft is closely connected to them coming into commercial use. I'm pleased, therefore, to see that the government has today been able to confirm the level of funding for the ATI programme for the next 3 years as part of a commitment to support the programme to 2031. I'm really excited by the work underway by Airbus, at Cranfield under Project Freshen, and by ZeroAvia to bring hydrogen aircraft to market. Through their Fly Zero work, the ATI have added evidence to the argument that the use of hydrogen in aviation can support decarbonisation. And my team are currently considering the findings of the Fly Zero project and the outcomes of this project in our future work. Through the Jet Zero Council and more widely, we will maintain the close working between government departments, industry and academia on this issue. And as we've discussed today, the findings around the potential to align work on the development of hydrogen in aviation and other modes of transport is really interesting and important. As Professor Sharples mentioned this morning, we in DFT are keen to capture all opportunities where we can enable collaboration between transport modes on the development of new technologies such as hydrogen. And then turning to international, collaboration is of course beyond the UK. As a founding member of ICAO, the UK plays a key role in creating the framework and standards that aviation relies on. And my team leads the negotiation of environmental standards in ICAO. We believe that ICAO must build on its recent successes, such as CORSIA, by agreeing a long-term aspirational goal for the international aviation CO2 emissions at this year's ICAO Assembly. This will ensure that the sector contributes to the temperature targets of the Paris Agreement and provides a focus for measures taken by ICAO and individual states. It's important that we identify the areas where the UK industry can lead on bringing forward new technologies, such as zero-emission aircraft, which can support global aviation decarbonisation. So on a wider point, let me finish by thanking all of you who've engaged with the government's Jet Zero consultation and the further technical consultation, which is currently open. If you haven't read it already, please do. We'll be publishing our Jet Zero strategy in the summer, which will set out our approach to realising net zero aviation emissions by 2050. So thank you very much, and I will hand over to the other panel members now.
Thank you, Holly. Great stuff. So yes, next up we've got Jason Fowler. Jason is chair of the British Aviation Group to give a provocation from his perspective.
Good afternoon. I'll try and keep the pace up, Holly, but thank you very much for your input. Look, thank you for the introduction. Again, my name is Jason Fowler. I'm a partner at Garden and Theobald, which is a project delivery cost and commercial organisation. But I'm here today in my role as current chair of the British Aviation Group. And as a bit of context for you guys today for our contribution, British Aviation Group is a trade association for UK-based suppliers to the aviation industry. And we have around 200 corporate members currently covering every stage of the aviation project cycle, from sort of strategic advisory consultancy through the design and delivery of airport facilities, the supply of specialist equipment and services, all the way through to the operation of completed facilities. So a really broad church of businesses that supply value and services to the aviation sector. Moving into 2022, our board at the British Aviation Group have been very focused on behalf of our members on the move from what we might term the survival phase of the pandemic to the recovery phase, and supporting our members and indeed the wider sector in a number of key areas, including, of course, the development of a more sustainable industry, moving from an era of expansion into one of transition to new technologies and practices that move us toward net zero. As part of that, secondly, we're focused on rebuilding a diverse and inclusive resource base for the aviation sector, and I'll come back to that. And also understanding and promoting innovative approaches to the industry's needs. I think it's important that I explain also, as well as our 200 members, we have created a number of strategic partnerships, initially with large airport clients, but also happily now with other organisations, including the Catapult team here. And we're working very much more in unison on a number of these topic areas. So from our discussions as a board, we, I think, would put forward two sort of key points around the challenges facing us in the journey to net zero. Firstly, the time frame. Feels like a long time till 2050, doesn't it? However, many of our members would feedback that infrastructure, as we all know, is a very long lead activity. Not just the design of new solutions and the delivery of those solutions, but actually, perhaps more importantly, achieving consent for those solutions in the planning system that we have in the UK, which is to be both celebrated and often sworn at in terms of trying to get these projects to move forward. So I think there are some real challenges there, and the early years in the period between now and 2050 will disappear quickly. Well, of course, we've got a lot of learning from historic projects, and there's much that we can take forward in that regard in delivery of projects that incorporate new and emerging technology. Timely delivery is often challenging as the brief continuously changes, the solutions evolve, and the handover to operations is more complex than it would be with stable technologies and practices. So these projects are challenging and involve a fair degree of risk, and we need to reflect on that as we move into this phase of delivering these projects. We need clear planning and governance in order to move forward, and indeed should consider as an industry what support client organisations who are brave enough to be early adopters may need, because they take risks in trialling new technologies and face the risk of redevelopment and reinvestment in the period that takes us from now to 2050. So project delivery we see as a key challenge, and there's much to look at in that space. Secondly, I wanted to touch on the resource required for that delivery effort. We all know that the pandemic has caused a significant migration of people away from aviation and into other sectors. Recognising that we now need people to drive the advances in technology and the practices to reach net zero, we need to work harder than ever as a cohesive industry to attract people to come and work in aviation. The UK has always been a global leader. We've always punched way above our weight on the global stage in the development of airports, and we've been at the forefront of that development across the globe over the last several decades. And in order to get there again in this new pioneering age, we're going to need to work hard now at building that diverse and inclusive resource base. We need to address all generations and work together to go to schools and encourage people to come forward into related industries. And we also need to work on existing workers with transferable skills. We've learned a lot during COVID, actually, that the skills in aviation have been highly transferable because people have migrated away. What we've now got to do is reverse that and bring the learning that they've had in those other sectors back into our sector. I think my sort of closing point would be that those challenges are better met the more we can work together rather than in isolation. And certainly the board and members of the British Aviation Group are very much holding out our hands to work with other representative bodies and industry bodies to represent and sell aviation to the workers of the future. Thank you very much for that, and I look forward to the discussion.
Very good, well done. Okay, so next up we have Graham Bolton. Graham is the Global Aviation Practice Lead at Mott MacDonald. So come and share your lightning talk with us.
Thank you. So just thinking about the challenges of zero emission aviation, for me, I look at it in two threads. Partly the challenge in the air, and obviously given where the carbon emissions are, dealing with the infrastructure in the air is the biggest component of it. But there's also the infrastructure on the ground and what we have to do on the ground, both in terms of supporting what happens in the air, but also the ground system. As I'm looking at how we might solve the problem, I really see it around three components, and they don't quite relate to a now, new, and a next. But in terms of timeline, there's some alignment with it. Working with an airport, more or less the other side of the world in terms of their capital program, and they're in the process of developing some new infrastructure. The first element is how are we going to deal with air mobility, the urban air mobility, which we've got someone wants to come on our forecourt fairly short order. The second is they've got airlines saying our regional traffic, the sort of sub-regional, the sub 20-seater and the 20 to 70-seater is likely to be electric or hydrogen this decade, not the next decade. But probably about the same time as we open the new infrastructure. And then what do we do? What's the next going to be? Is it going to be a narrow body? Is it going to be a wide body? Are we going to fly a single aisle, or are we going to fly a twin aisle on a slightly longer route? What does that mean for me as an airport infrastructure investor, where I've got a capital development program and a regulatory structure in 5-year period? As Jason was talking about, we need to think about some of that, how it plays forward. But how do I manage the uncertainty, and how am I going to build the flexibility into my program? So I think that brings us back to the challenges on the ground, and actually the work that's been going through the ZEFI program is really helpful because it's helping us look at some of the pathways. And as we're starting to say, what are those different scenarios? We've at least got a structure to say, well, these are the things that we can plan for now, and this is the bandwidth of things we might need to plan for in the future. But I'd look at them again in three areas. I think the first is in terms of airport operations. What are the new technologies? What are the new solutions in terms of aircraft fueling going to mean for us? Whether it's in aircraft turnaround, how is it going to work in terms of the airfield operations? Are there things that will change the landscape slightly more widely? So if we have zero emission sub-regional aircraft, what does that mean in terms of catchment areas and demand? Am I going to have a different model of airports? If I'm a small regional airport, does my business double or halve? So I think there's a macro aviation system debate. I think the second is the on-airport infrastructure. That says, what do I need to do in terms of safeguarding? I can look at electrical infrastructure now to support a limited amount. What should I be doing in terms of planning for hydrogen? Am I going to plan for production of hydrogen on site? Probably not. Am I going to allow for tankerage of hydrogen, storage of hydrogen? Or am I going to assume everything by Bowser? What are my solutions? At least I've got an idea of the bandwidth. But then the third element is the energy supply. And it's when we start looking at the energy supply that it opens up a slightly wider discussion about the integration of airport with the wider ecosystem. Both what am I going to do across my airport infrastructure to support the operations in the air and support the operation on the ground, and how does that play into other developments around me? I think it's really important, therefore, as we come out of that we start looking at the system level view. I think it's important as we start looking at infrastructure that we look at campus-wide approaches to energy strategy that start saying, what am I going to need to support what happens in the air? What am I going to do to support decarbonisation of my own infrastructure, the scope 1 and the supply to it? And what am I going to do to support the wider scope 3 emission decarbonisation? That are things I can do now in terms of, for example, going to an all-electric ramp, supporting electric surface access. But I need to start looking and planning for that in overall system. I think the stuff that allows us to say, these are the levers, this is what we might do in hydrogen, what we might do in electric, is really helpful to start planning those roadmaps. But what's really important then is that we understand how we deliver that in the context of the industry as we stand today. The first is understanding timeline, that some of the solutions that we need to put in place aren't going to be there till 2030, 2035. But actually, in a 5-year regulatory cycle, with people looking at investment programs, with people that have got assets that need to be depreciated, unless we get that roadmap worked out now, we're not going to be able to afford to do things, or we may not have the capacity to deliver things because you can't change all of your airport infrastructure in a 5-year program. So some of the work needs to be done now and in the next 5 years to support the changes we want in 2035. Doing it in a context where a lot of our airports and airlines are financially extremely hard up, and it's great saying the traffic's coming back, as I think we'll see across airports this summer, but recognise that those airports and those airlines have had to borrow very heavily in order to survive the last 2 years, and actually if they don't pay off that debt, they'll be closed down by their banks. So on one hand, we've got to start spending money. On the other hand, we've got to understand that the people who need to spend it don't necessarily have an awful lot of it at the moment. So how do we develop a strategy to support the development of the infrastructure for the long term, but allows it to be done viably now? Thank you.
Fantastic, lots of themes emerging to explore. So next up we have David Mitchell. David Mitchell is Head of Client Delivery for UK Power Networks Services. I think they'll do it at the back, so if you stand up, in theory, it should just work.
No.
There we are.
I did turn it off, actually, just in case I had one of those film moments where I'm talking in the background. David Mitchell, as I said, UK Power Network Services. We're excited to be part of this project. What we've been bringing to the project is the day-to-day practicalities of managing electrical infrastructure at airports. So it's actually to put some of these things into context and knowing that everything has to be ultimately into a business case as well as decarbonising. Currently, planes are flying electrically. The infrastructure is there, but most airports do have constraints for their infrastructure. In order to invest, they need to know what the profile is going to be. They're already struggling with, as we said, with investments there. But in addition to that, electric vehicles have turned up. Electrical vehicles in themselves require that power, so it's making sure it's all there. And in most airports, most of the power availability is non-airside. It's actually in the wrong place. So getting it there and the cost of upsetting those surfaces is obviously expensive. So looking at that and what we can do, what the surrounding power is and how best to do that. Connections to the DNOs, how much is that going to cost? What do I need? You don't want to apply for too much because then you have to pay for that power even though you're not consuming it as far as the availability. So it's trying to get all those ones in. These are the challenges, the practical challenges which airports are looking at today. And that power needs to be resilient, even more resilient than it is today, because you're relying upon those that energy to not just run the other infrastructure where generation could have done it, but in addition to that, you're now making sure the planes are ready to go. A lot of the technology does exist. I mean, the automation of cars and things have already brought those for buses. The charging systems do exist. It's to do that. But as was sort of said with Holly, this is a world problem because there's no point in getting your plane charged and flying off and then finding you've got the wrong plug adapter. It's just like going on holiday. You've got doesn't fit, and you can't use, you know, your hairdryer, your shaver, but you can't use your aircraft. All of these things, standards need to be developed, safe standards, ones that can be uniformly operated. So those are all the elements that need to be as part of the challenges. We've looked at plug-in systems at the stands where the aircraft can be plugged in, the batteries fixed in the body, and to get that so it can be charged. Fixed electrical ground power already has some of those sort of concepts in there, although we're dealing with the voltage and the frequency, so they need to see which systems they're going to be. DC charging provides you the high power, AC charging is a lower power in availability to get the systems that have already been brought in. There are talks of up to 1 megawatt of injection. Well, that's another problem which has not yet quite been overcome. 250 megawatt, 250 kilowatts, megawatts would be a bit extreme in itself. Is available today and in the automation industry, but those ones are bringing forward and where they're needing to more for the aircraft. So how are we going to overcome those problems? So you plug in, one option, and gain standardization. Two is you use portable charging units. You have vehicles that can bring the charging to the planes and actually take longer, but actually get those charged through from that process. And the other system we looked at is battery swapping. How can we actually literally have racks of batteries pre-charged, which can be looking at the various cost of charging those off peak, etc., being able to bring them so therefore we can get the turnaround for the aircrafts. Because at the end of the day, the airlines or the customers want that for the airports to be able to service them so they can actually keep their flight patterns going in order to get passengers from A to B in a seamless way. So overcoming all of these is applying what's already there in an intelligent way, developing your energy strategy such that it takes into account what you already can see with parking for vehicles, etc., and the airside equipment that's being used, and then taking that further and seeing how can you modularize your growth. No one wants to invest ahead of what they need to do so, but you also want to make sure you are prepared. Major infrastructure does take time and it costs a lot of money. You need to be there. You need to make sure you are planning and those plans are brought in a timely manner. So within the airport's environment is exciting times because it is here. Years ago, we said electric cars won't be here. Well, electric planes, the first ones are here, and we've got an interesting challenge ahead of us to take forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Fascinating. Okay, so our final speaker, sadly, as with the times, has been struck down with COVID, but we hopefully are able to cross live to him, all being well. So this is Nick Fleming. The floor is yours.
Sorry, I can't be with you in person today. I've come down with the dreaded COVID, but you'll probably be glad that I'm not there in person for that reason. So I want to thank the Catapult for inviting me and the opportunity to be involved today in this showcase. Really exciting area of work. As mentioned in an earlier presentation today, BSI has been doing some really exciting work with the Connected Places Catapult on working on one in a range of work packages commissioned by DFT around ZEFI and enabling ZEFI, specifically exploring what infrastructure adaptations will be required at airports and on airfields to prepare for hydrogen-powered and battery electric aircraft, and specifically the priorities for standardization to enable this type of capability. So the findings of that work have been published this week in the ZEFI Standards Gap Analysis report that hopefully you will have a chance to see. As mentioned by the previous speakers, standards already play an important role in the aviation sector, whether it's the standards that manufacturers or product engineers design to in promoting safety and quality, the standards for sustainable aviation fuels, the ASTM type standards, the ICAO guidelines, or increasingly work being done by bodies such as EuroCAI, CEN and ISO, covering multiple fields and disciplines, including ground-based systems. electrical systems, and literally the nuts and bolts, the fasteners type standards. Increasingly, we're seeing new standards emerging around UAS and new types of aircraft, vertiport infrastructure standards. So it's really a dynamic time in terms of what we're seeing coming through the standards bodies. As we start on the journey to dramatically reduce emissions from the aviation sector, a new raft of standardization is going to be needed to support that, and hopefully to accelerate that transition to sustainable zero emission flight. This will be standards for the new energy sources, the new renewable energy sources, for specifying design of those and handling of those technologies, specifications for new materials, for new aircraft and system design for operation. So we're looking across the plethora of different things there. And I think this is why the work BSI and Catapult has done is so important. It's been looking specifically at the requirements for hydrogen and battery electric flight infrastructure. But even this is very broad, and it covers everything from arrival on site to hydrogen production, quality, on-site generation, pressurized systems and storage, through to dispensing and refueling at the aircraft. In the battery electric area, again, looking at everything from supply and energy storage to battery management right up to the aircraft. And in both technologies, looking at those operating principles and the operating environment. And that's been an important consideration, thinking both about this technology in dedicated airfields, but probably realistically in the shorter term, working alongside and in situ with traditional aviation fuels and the infrastructure for those. So standards are going to be really important because they can, alongside regulation, they can help to de-risk zero emission flight infrastructure, remove and reduce some of the risks of safety critical technical failures, and by providing confidence that core operating principles are being met. And I think that plays into the resilience point that we've heard by the previous speakers. So managing risk and removing uncertainty is one of the key benefits associated with developing and using standards. A common infrastructure for battery electric or hydrogen flight will help to reduce implementation costs and the reliance on proprietary measures or standards, when standardized approaches that are accepted nationally and internationally will promote interoperability and confidence. So assuring interoperability and those performance outcomes can result in removing cost, but also risk to personnel as well as to infrastructure and capital. The beneficiaries of that will be those looking to design, develop, maintain and operate ZEFI infrastructure, or those looking to invest and looking for confidence that risks are being managed. I mean, one important thing about standardization is that it shouldn't aim to back. Standardization doesn't try and back any one technology over another. It's more to ensure that whatever technology is appropriate and wins out to an extent is safe by design, is safe during operation, performs as expected. And this extends to agreeing common languages and taxonomies, which is also vitally important. And in that vein, standards can play a really important role unlocking innovation, provided it's the right standards at the right time. And the research BSI and the Catapult just published, we hope, will illustrate what exists, both in terms of the current landscapes for standards that can support ZEFI, but critically spotlight some of these urgent gaps and priorities for standards to support those two technologies. And the things that will need to be in situ to enable infrastructure to be ready, safe, interoperable and efficient. We know we can learn from other sectors too, and the research has pointed out opportunities to adapt and adopt good practice from other transport modes, such as automotive and rail. And BSI, in our role as the UK's national standards body, is very active across transport and supporting decarbonisation, working closely on the likes of the Faraday Battery Challenge and to create EV charging standards and standards to help decarbonise road freight. So there is a lot of opportunities for knowledge transfer. In terms of those immediate opportunities or actions that the report makes reference to, we feel there is a huge opportunity coming from the future demonstrators and the current R&D projects and the Triggs that have been carried out in the UK, and to channel this into the development of standards, both to provide that ground truth, if you like, but also to enable the UK to take a lead position in ZEFI standardisation, working nationally, but also via some of the other standards bodies I've mentioned. And you only have to look at the excellent work going on in programs like Fly Zero to see that how much insight we can exploit and play into standards. I think also linked to that, and to avoid fragmentation, given the cross-border nature of aviation, we should look to collaborate internationally on standards and coordinate across standards bodies, both to help internationalise UK thinking and norms, but also to achieve that harmonisation that's needed to ensure compatibility of equipment and approaches. One of the founding kind of principles of standards development is that standards are developed through consensus with all key stakeholders around the table. And if standards are developed with limited input, with just a handful of invested players, we often end up with low adoption, proprietary standards that may not necessarily serve the broader market. So critically, there's a recommendation in the report to create a UK ZEFI standards community to drive and validate the direction of standards for ZEFI, working with those key stakeholders, airports, airlines, energy suppliers, transport operators, and through trade bodies, the likes of the British Aviation Group and others, to achieve that. So the involvement of industry and collaboration is really vital, to the point made earlier as well by the previous speaker. And it's very much in the spirit of industry working to back the race and not the horse, I think, when it comes to zero emission flight and aviation more broadly, defining what good looks like together and taking the opportunity to shape the future technology standards and operating principles together. So our report highlights the importance of establishing such a community to work across these stakeholders to provide that direction. And standardization is not just about creating a document. The process of standardization provides that opportunity to share and gain insights, knowledge, and agree core concepts on the future ways of working. I think part of that leveling up of the knowledge-based infrastructure and the collaboration to support that is going to be needed to make that transition to net zero aviation. So I'll wrap up there and just say, we hope that you'll take the opportunity to engage in any next phase of the work that BSI and the Catapult takes forward in this space, because that will be vital to making it work and putting in place the right standards to support zero emission aviation. Thanks very much.
We've got lots of questions coming in online, some around agility in standards, some around prioritization in energy supply, some around skills and investments. There are lots of things that you guys have discussed of sparking interest. Opportunity for you guys in the room as well to ask questions. So let me get the iPad back on so I can see the questions. There we are. Anyone in the room wants to throw one in? And I'll take one online and one in the room. Go for it. Microphone. We'll just wait a moment. Yes. Well, look, here's go now. So we'll go with that and then. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Darryl Ablescroft, Department for Transport. Taking your crystal balls and looking out to 2030, what would be the kind of where do you see zero emission aircraft being, or zero emission flight being, by 2030? And what's the kind of key thing we need to do in order to achieve that?
Who wants to jump in on that? Was it directed to anyone in particular?
No, everybody.
Very good.
I'll hazard an opener. I mean, my sense is that the electrical air mobility will be an established. We'll be living with it as a sort of regular activity. Question is how much and what's that going to look like? I'm hopeful that we'll have a reasonable level of at least the sub-regional hydrogen stroke electric moving, and we'll have moved beyond it, finding our way into it, having established a presence. And I'd hope, aspiration, I'd hope that UK businesses are at the forefront of the pack in terms of the aircraft technology, building on the capability we've got. And I would hope that we would have, from the infrastructure, we'd have moved into a stage that we were starting to look at planning the fixed infrastructure to support that and the long haul, and we'd be reasonably confident on a pathway for what was going to be the longer distance aircraft and what infrastructure we needed to support it. I'd hope alongside that we would be really clear on our position in terms of the rest of the scope 1, 2, 3. And I suspect quite a lot of that would be now in play. We'd be building it and starting to operate it.
Did you want to come in?
I suppose I'm sort of in the job of being optimistic. So I'd like to think that we've got some pretty strong emergent solutions for operating these types of aircraft, and perhaps importantly, we've worked commercially with other sectors to work out how the spaces and places around them are integrated. So we start to see some real private sector investment into the facilities and some commercial activities sort of emerging around them, so that we've got the infrastructure and the places that they create in place, and we're seeing a sort of growing operation of the aircraft and a growing demand from passengers for them.
Just to pick up on that briefly, I think the investment point is a really, really key one. I think we know that there's going to be a huge transition here in terms of the aviation sector. So getting that investment is hugely important. I suppose if I didn't say infrastructure, it'd make me question the importance of this event, right? So the infrastructure needs to support it is a big one. I think the other thing I would say is around certification and regulation and the safety cases for these new aircraft. We know again that these are going to be new and different technologies, really exciting. But importantly, safety is right up there when it comes to aviation. So kind of proving them and getting them certified and getting them into the commercial space is going to be really important, I think.
Great. I'm going to pick up on that theme, actually, from one of the questions from Mark that's coming online about the regulatory environment, and this question about, is the current regulatory framework fit for purpose in terms of delivering net zero ambitions? Suggestion that carbon reduction not currently explicitly referred to as a priority by CAA in respect to their duties. And I suppose there's two questions of is it in the right place now, and I suppose can we get to the right place quick enough? Any reflection from any of you on that in the regulatory space?
I mean, I'd be happy to venture a view that I think it's interesting. Regulation in aviation is one issue, but also regulation around the electrical supply and distribution. I think I've had debate on that front more in relation to EV cars than aviation, but I think similar principles will apply. Given we're entering into a period of transition, and it's going to be a voyage of discovery, and there's going to be new solutions emerging. What we need to be careful of is that we don't have a financial regulatory structure that constrains businesses from investing and from being fleet of foot in embracing those new solutions. So I think that requires some careful consideration, not just in our sector, but in all of the adjoining sectors, to make sure that we are open to change and new thinking and new investment.
Want to jump on that one? Are we going to move quickly enough to the regulatory space we need?
I can speak very briefly about the CAA if it's helpful. I think it's a fair question, and certainly given that the CAA aren't here to represent themselves, I'm sure if they were, they would want to say kind of how focused they are on this agenda, and we are certainly working with them this year and to kind of really ensure that they are focusing on the environmental space. It's interesting. One of the things we're thinking about as well is, particularly with the CAA, is some of the sort of trade-offs between decarbonisation and noise, which can be quite an interesting question when it comes to aviation. And I know that's something they're going to be thinking about and focusing on over the course of this year as well. So I think, like with everything, frankly, I'm sure there's more that they could do, but we're hearing some really positive noises from them. We know that this is something they're going to be focusing on more and more. So looking forward to this year, where I think they're going to be stepping up their activity.
Fantastic.
I think I think there's a role for regulation in terms of safety, and there's a role for regulation where there's a very strong competitive angle. So I think the point in terms of regulating airspace and the type of vehicles is absolutely key. The thing that I would be, I guess, keen to see is that we incentivize the right behavior rather than trying to regulate it through, for a couple of reasons. Firstly, I think we have limited amount of regulated airport infrastructure at the moment in the UK, and I think it's almost inconceivable and undesirable that we would regulate all of UK airports. So we have to have something that works beyond regulation. We need something that does that. We do want a regime that incentivizes people to do the right thing rather than penalizes them for doing the wrong thing. So how do we encourage airports to spend money now in decarbonising, particularly if they're not regulated, which might be an incentive model, but also recognise that we're working in a fairly uncertain environment and we need a lot of flexibility. So if we rely on regulation that says I've set a tariff structure or I set a control structure, that it's quite difficult to respond, and recognise also that we may find that there's a competition in where we spend our money. So the regulation could drive us to say, let's spend money on decarbonising this, whereas actually if you took the same pounds and put them somewhere else, you get a better return. So I think we have to be really careful about how we use regulation, that we give ourselves flexibility to respond in a very rapidly changing market.
I think that's very interesting. The parallels with a program that I lead around procurement and the tendency in public procurement to pick the solution and buy the widget rather than express the problem, the challenges trying to be solved. And I think he's exactly right. Regulation is one of many policy levers available, right? So that's a good challenge to make sure we don't over-regulate and engineer out the possibility for diversity and innovation in supply. Excellent. Anyone else in the room want to? Yes, go for it.
So long term, these airports are going to need huge amounts of energy, and getting it there at the right time and the investment. You're not going to get your revenue back for 10 years or whatever. I wonder if that one of the national grid's biggest challenges is energy leveling, supply versus demand. I wonder if we invested in the infrastructure for storing energy now, even though the aeroplanes maybe not be able to use it, you may be able to start selling energy back to the national grid and gradually scaling up over the next 10 years whilst making revenue, and the infrastructure's ready in 10 years' time. I'm making up 10 years, but no one wants to invest for return in 10 years' time. They want return in 2. So I just wondered, that's a thought you could start tomorrow, just putting in energy storage.
David, is that something you'd like to pick up?
Yeah, I mean, as you say, no one wants to invest ahead of time, and you get we build it and therefore they will come concept. But you can have, I mean, if you draw up your energy strategy and it covers a long enough period, and your reviews of that changes the profile, but is to understand what your demands are over that period and how they're going to change. I mean, airports are already changing and their strategies to accommodate EVs and the airside vehicles, so they're already having to plan for that. But there are steps within that planning of, when do I do a major reinforcement? Because, as you said, it's not storing energy, and storing energy is actually having a resilient energy supply there. Now, each airport is unique. The way it's connected to the grid is unique. The voltage level is unique. So they need to look at what they've got today, what their projections are with electric vehicles, just for staff parking, for customer parking, which is also an opportunity. Invest there, you may get a return on that investment. But taking that and making sure that the investment allows for future growth in a modular way. So it is a dilemma, and there isn't an easy answer, but having National Grid or one of the DNOs build it, therefore, they wouldn't build it unless it's needed. There are incentives that are already out there, which are being applied today to get sort of greener energies available for electrical vehicle infrastructure, etc. But maybe it'll take another bit of intervention to sort of drive ahead of the demand. But each airport is unique and bespoke.
Yeah.
I think there's another really interesting and huge opportunity for cross-sector integration here. I can think of 2 examples. New sources of renewable electricity, I think, are going to spring up all over the place. We're working with 2 clients, interestingly. One who are they've bought a slice of North Africa, and they're building a solar farm and subsea cabling the electricity back to the UK in Devon. There's another that are capturing wind-generated electricity in Norway and subsea cabling that back to the northeast coast, which has resulted in a major client creating a battery manufacturing facility on that coast in order to take advantage of that electrical source. And I think we've got to start looking for those connection points with transport and understanding how we can tap into that new growing industry as well. So the innovation is all over, isn't it? And it's how we integrate it to best effect over the next 30 years or so that will really make the difference.
Mm. Did you want to come on that one? You just
No, I think Jason's probably.
Yeah, very good. Great, thank you. Great question. So I saw there's a question there I'd like to come to in just a second. I thought there was anyway. I sort of saw you waving an arm. But I'm going to go to Nick first. We talked a bit about regulation, not wanting to over-regulate, but standards, I think, are the kind of, as you said, a powerful tool for stimulating innovation. I suppose a similar question. There's lots going on. Again, are we able to move quickly? Standards are famously quite slow, collaborative, appropriately so. But can we move fast enough? Is it what's happening in the standard space to unlock the innovation we have?
It's interesting. Standards have a bit of a bad rap when it comes to the speed of development, and I think that very much relates to at what level you're trying to standardize. Realistically, trying to create consensus globally takes time, and actually even agreeing quite what may feel like quite basic definitions can take time when you're trying to do it across a global audience, multiple countries participating who might be in different stages of their evolution with a given technology. So I think where BSI in particular feel we've seen successful activities has been trying to reach consensus nationally quickly and to put a foot down, if you like, footprint down, and then trying to use that as the basis of broader conversation. So we need to continue to play through the European and international bodies that I've mentioned today, but actually a very good way of setting our stall out and leading the conversation is to come to the table with something that is a blueprint for what we want to see emerging through standards. So standards are becoming more agile and iterative, and the way that standards are created is changing. Standards are a very different intervention compared to regulation. I think they're trying to achieve something different. It's not the role of standards to tell people what they have to do. That's the law. The role of standards is to help people know how to do it and how to do it well. And I think what one of the previous panelists was talking there about the broader picture here, and I think in standards that's also something we're looking at, this wider architecture, the wider system, and ultimately all transport modes are going through a period of trying to decarbonize, whether it's maritime, road transport, and others, and they're all looking at some of the very similar challenges, integration with the grid, how to get new technologies into vehicles safely, and the new safety cases that sit around those. And I think Holly made that point out. That's obviously incredibly important, that the infrastructure needs to be safe, but the craft themselves, new aircraft and new novel types of vehicles also need to be safe. And to some extent, you can't rush that. So I think the standards could move as quickly as they need to move, but you do, in trying to harmonise at a European or an international level, you are always going to encounter a slight pace, change of pace, if you like.
So we're coming up on our next session. There's a question. Yeah, do you want to come in? Go for it. There's a mic just next to you. Look at that. That was organised, wasn't it?
Hey, sorry. We are at the forefront of what we've been trying to do to build the infrastructure for the small aircraft. So we have the Velis Electro, albeit it's only a two-seater aircraft, but that is flying at the moment. So it is an immediate impact on the emissions. But what we have is a list of airfields that desperately would like to take the aircraft, but there is no infrastructure in place based on the national grid because they require a free phase. We've been working with Tim from Nuncats to do the solar panel, which is fantastic. But for us personally, we're based on the Norfolk-Suffolk border. It's just cost us in excess of £30,000 to have the 3-phase brought in, which we have funded and we've had to try and fund. And for the last probably 2 years, we've been trying to find where we can reach funding that can be put out to these smaller airfields, whether that be from Catapult have worked with us with what we've done today and various other structures. Where do you feel we can go forward to help support these sort of aircraft that are out in the regions, that we can put the charging power in so we can have an immediate impact on cutting emissions as from today?
Fantastic, great question. So there's been a theme, hasn't there, around technology that already exists not being fully exploited, a network of places that are poised to harness that technology even before we get into some of these bigger headaches, or the bigger challenges, I should say. Holly, do you want to respond at all to that, or anyone else want to come in? How might we get more of our existing airfields taking advantage of what's already available as part of the journey towards overall decarbonisation?
I mean, I would love to be able to say that government funding is going to be available for that. I can't sit here and say that today. So I do recognise the point that you're making. I suppose the one thing I would say is that if you've heard Minister Courts or Minister Shapp speaking ever, you'll know that their passion for aviation and indeed for small airfields and for general aviation as well. So I think if there was going to be a Transport Secretary that would want to back this, it would be Grant Shapps. I know you're shaking your head, but he certainly is an enthusiast. That can't be denied. But I suppose, frankly, I don't have the answer to your question, but I'm really happy to talk to you afterwards about what we might be able to try and do. I'm sorry I can't wave a magic wand on that, but really happy to pick it up.
I think sorry to further to your question. Is there an example globally that we could learn lessons from? Are there states in America that have better infrastructure, better funding that we could learn from? I use the example of SAF in California, massively in use because it's been driven by the consumer. There must be areas across the globe where we could learn lessons from.
Yeah, I mean, I would say certainly government is investing in SAF as one example. You know, we announced £180 million of new money to invest in UK SAF plants in the net zero strategy last year. So we certainly are investing in SAF, and it is fair to say we are looking to our US partners and learning lessons from them about some of the regulatory and indeed the investment approaches that they're making in SAF. I suppose as an example for the US, their approach to SAF as an example is slightly different to ours. Because they are much more interested in kind of plant-based and crop-based SAF, which is slightly different to the UK, given we have much less land space. So I guess there are examples internationally that we can look at, but it's also about recognising that some of our international states and partners will have kind of different experiences or different drivers which might shape their policy differently to the way the UK might shape ours. But I agree, certainly, generally speaking, looking to our international partners who share our ambitions is a good place to start.
So would you say that the UK is not at the forefront of this?
I certainly would not say that. I certainly would not say that. I mean, you know, the UK is really at the forefront. We're one of the leaders when it comes to ICAO in terms of pushing for international ambition. We're certainly one of the leaders when it comes to, you know, government engagement and funding and so on. So I certainly would not say that the UK isn't one of the leaders when it comes to aviation decarbonisation, and that's not just talking about government, that's talking about the UK industry as well. I hope that people in the room here would agree that UK industry is leading this as much as UK government. So that would be my personal view anyway, but would welcome the view of other panel members.
I think in terms of international reference cases, I'm not generally seeing other places where there's a load of money going in to support, you know, the sort of challenge of how do we generate how do we support investment in regional airfields to support, you know, urban air or regional air mobility. I think the US, my experience of aviation infrastructure in the US is that it tends to be owned and operated by local government and local authority, whilst there's federal funding. I don't see it happening at the pace. We're seeing places like Singapore, there's government support for driving things like SAF and support for driving for innovation. But again, the same exercise of going through a regulatory system. So I don't see it, certainly the places we're operating, being significantly different. And I do see us being towards the front of the pack in terms of the technology, both in terms of in the air and on the ground. The only thing that strikes me is I think the business case for some of this needs to come back to the value of regional connectivity. And I wondered, I'm not an expert on LEPs and LEP funding, but it feels to me that for us to get certainly the smaller end of this, air mobility, decarbonised aviation working, which is the Pathfinder, we need to be building it on the base of what it's doing for regional growth and regional generation. And actually, therefore, the discussion might actually be our colleagues in BAYS as much as our colleagues in DFT.
Yeah, I'd certainly support that. I think it's interesting. I certainly agree we should have our ears and eyes open to learning from the international market. And there are many organisations that provide conduits for that, whether it's the sort of Smart Cities organisation, and we attended a roundtable discussion with those guys a couple of weeks back, where we were seeing examples of plans being made in North America and across Europe. But they were, it certainly felt to me that they were in the planning stages in the same way that we are. The other point I would make, I agree about the BAYS engagement. I think I've seen BAYS being very strong in other areas of industry and supporting through public sector funding. I think the other key piece about, and I don't know the airfield that was in the original question, but for me, it's always, I think, worth considering how do we create the business case to attract private sector investment if these facilities are going to become places that attract other activity, other commercial activity in the future as a result of being or becoming a greater transport node. And I think that what we've seen in the electric vehicle market is exactly that. People are starting to invest massively, private sector money. And if we can create that level of interest and clarity around the aviation offer, I think we'll see the same thing start to happen. Might take a little while longer, but we'll start to see it happen.
Come back. It does strike me, I think, to that private sector perspective, there are an increasing number of commercial entities that are looking to invest in creating the infrastructure. And I think they're doing it where they think there's the business case, but actually you look at the programs of people looking to say, I'm going to build a program of 20, 30 vertiports. Well, or people investing in infrastructure that they can turn into vertiports because it's already got the flight paths and the physical infrastructure. So I think it'll happen. I think it will be driven by those places where there's a commercial business case because of communities or industry, actual or future. I'd follow the money, I suspect. Look for where people are prepared to invest and say, I'm going to fly there next.
Well, I have to say, it's the ecosystem director for place leadership. The theme of sort of economic opportunities through R&D is very welcome to hear in this conversation because, as you say, these places don't exist in isolation, do they? They are nodes in the landscape. They rely on the everyday economy, the roads and the power networks with other things. So it's great to have heard that come through. I want to come back to one more question. Jason, you touched on the issue around skills, the flight of skills and the need to attract and retain talent, which of course touches on the point about the growth cluster opportunity, not just in the airport operations, but the wider supply chain of an area. I wonder if the panel collectively have any views on what might be done, and indeed you as the audience, as people who are either representatives of skilled workers, or perhaps yourselves looking to attract and retain talent for your own organisations. What needs to be done? What could be done to improve and reverse this skills flight and encourage more people to be part of this exciting journey with us? Anyone want to jump in?
Today, within the electricity supply industry, you can see that the growth with driving carbon out is more use of electricity. But whilst things are more economical in their consumption, there is more of it, more phones, etc. That means that we're investing within our apprenticeship schemes, and a number of other companies are. There are some government support for apprentice schemes, but it does mean that all of us have to invest in, within our apprentices and our graduates, and bringing people on through career paths in order to be there, because certainly there's going to be a demand for electrical engineering for that element, and the hydrogen system is a completely, new developing area in its own right. So.
I think there's a couple of angles. Yeah, one of them is pushing continuing to push the STEM agenda, but recognizing it's not just STEM, but actually we need a broad diversity of skills and capabilities, and actually in some of the things we're thinking about, the human factors are going to be at least as important. But to me, the really big thing is how do we make an industry that's just got a double whammy in terms of the environmental black mark and the sort of challenge in terms of a load of people in the industry have lost their jobs, large numbers of people. How do we make it attractive again? And I actually think that the likes of some of the future flight programs, the work around Fly Zero, which give it a bit of a buzz, a bit of a wow that says this is an industry that is not a coal industry, it's a future green sector. And actually being able to trumpet some of the work we're doing is a good way of attracting people in. So this is something that's got future, not a past. And it's something I want to be part of because I can make a difference. So I think this room and the work that's coming out of these sort of initiatives are probably the best chance we've got of making a difference.
Well, that's very encouraging to hear. Do you want to reflect at all?
No, I'd only just really agree with that point. I think it is about, as you say, showing that this is a really interesting and exciting industry to work in, which exactly events like today really show off. So no, I don't have anything to add. I think it's an excellent point.
I think just two things really, and just to emphasise them. One is diversity and inclusion. We've got to make sure we are as open as possible to people who want to work in the aviation sector in perhaps ways that we haven't been in the past. And I think the other is for us to sort of sell aviation as a whole and in a cohesive way. I'm always sort of reminded when I think of this of the advert for the Royal Navy, where they push the Royal Navy as a place to come and have a fantastic life and career. You can do any number of things in the Royal Navy. That's kind of not the important point. It's an exciting place to come and work. And I think there's an analogy there for us in aviation. It is an exciting sector. It is, some of the emerging technology, the new aircraft and so on are fantastic. And I think it should be an easy thing to sell. So perhaps there's more we can do as an industry as a whole, cohesively, to sell aviation as a brand, and thereby start to attract people towards us, whatever our particular contribution is.
Fantastic.
Can I just pick a build on that? So I think it's quite interesting because we talk a lot in how we look at greater inclusivity about composition of panels and composition of rooms. So looking out of this room, I think this is one of the most diverse audiences I've participated in. I've seen it. I mean, lots of events where we've had a diverse panel, but very few where we've had such a broad audience. I think maybe that's testament to what this agenda will do in terms of attracting people into the room.
Very good. Well, hats off to those who've organised, and thanks to all of you for coming and representing that diversity. That's a fantastic reflection. Nick, did you want to come in on this question?
Future Flight provides a really good platform to put aviation back in the spotlight from a careers path perspective, and the types of skills and not just skills, qualifications needed around some of the decarbonisation technologies we've discussed today is one area, but the digital, the piece around digitisation, digital technologies, again, is another skills gap. And we're starting to see that gap being filled quite quickly, I think, actually. Software engineers, computer science, data engineers, we're seeing a lot of those skills coming across from other modes as well, automotive, into future flight. So I think there will be a bit of a lag here, but I think that the exciting prospect of some of these new technologies, electrical vertical takeoff and landing, urban air mobility, regional air mobility, I think will be a catalyst for a new level of interest in the aviation sector coming from a diverse range of skills. And very much echo what's been said around thinking about some of BSI's engagement in this space. We're also seeing a really broad range of backgrounds and interests coming into aviation now through standards. So it feels like it's an exciting time.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Well, I think we'll draw a line under that session there. If you join me in thanking all our speakers and panelists. Well done. As I think has been said, an inspiring season for this sector, and lots to celebrate and lots to look forward to. So we were due to have the Minister in person. As is often the case with ministers, he has had sent apologies. However, he has recorded us a message.
I'm delighted to be able to be with you today to speak about Jet Zero. Well, firstly, please accept my apologies for not being able to attend in person today. We've got unexpected parliamentary business. But before I begin, on another note, I'd like to mark the tragic events which continue to unfold in Ukraine. As we in the UK return to attending events like this, many of us in person, my thoughts remain with Ukrainians facing mindless aggression. They're not able to go about their daily lives, meeting, living and working in freedom. And although we've faced huge difficulties these past 2 years, I am eternally thankful that we live in a free and open society. And rest assured, the government is doing all it can to support Ukraine and Ukrainians through this dark period in their history. Now let me turn to aviation and how we deliver decarbonisation to allow the sector to maintain its vital role in connecting our businesses and our families. The UK has a proud history of leading innovation in aviation. And it's fantastic the British industry, academia and others are driving the development of new forms of hydrogen and electric aircraft. I've been very fortunate as a minister to have seen firsthand a number of these innovative projects. Rolls-Royce's world record-breaking all-electric aircraft, ZeroAvia's work at Hydrogen and Cotswold Airport, and Ampere's demonstration at Exeter Airport of a hybrid electric passenger aircraft. I know there's lots of similar activity underway, and I hope to be able to see much more of it for myself in the future, including at this year's Farnborough International Air Show. Now, whilst industry-led, I know that the importance of the joint investment between government and industry through the Aerospace Technology Institute programme, which enables such innovation. I'm pleased that the government was able to commit to an extension to 2031 of the ATI programme at the spending review. I'm also delighted with the funding increase to the ATI programme announced just today. The funding allocation of £685 million from the government over the next 3 years will allow government and industry to continue to work together to develop innovative technologies to help decarbonise aircraft. And with this funding now agreed, the ATI programme can reopen to expressions of interest from the 4th of April. As new zero-emission aircraft are developed, it's crucial that our airports and airfields are prepared to handle them. As part of the Prime Minister's 10-point plan for a green industrial revolution, the government has supported the research you are hearing about today into zero-emission flight infrastructure at our airports and airfields. And I was delighted to visit Cotswold Airport last September to announce a package of 15 research projects, which included Cranfield University's immersive training scenarios, Ultima Former's innovative hydrogen fuel hoses, and CDO2's work to develop swappable battery packs for light aircraft. I'm pleased that all 15 projects have completed their work, and you've been able to hear about them this morning. Now, I know a range of UK airports and airfields have contributed to the delivery of this project, including my own local airport, London Oxford. It's because of the work of airports and airfields that the UK enjoys one of the best connected, best value and safest aviation industries anywhere in the world. The aviation industry creates jobs, encourages our economy to grow and connects us with the rest of the world, consolidating our position as a dynamic trading nation. You will hear later the afternoon from Gatwick, but I'll also touch on the importance of regional airports, which serve our local communities by supporting thousands of jobs in the regions and act as a gateway to international opportunities. And general aviation, often referred to as the grassroots of aviation, which will also play a key role as the testbed to support the adoption of new technologies on a larger commercial scale. And it's great to see a range of industry in the room today. Now, with regards to sustainability, I cannot stress enough how impressed I've been that in the midst of a pandemic, the sector has continued to make positive announcement after announcement on the investments needed to make Jet Zero happen. It's testament to the sector's commitment to this agenda and a reflection on its existential importance to its future. Now, government's got a key role to play too. We'll be publishing our Jet Zero strategy this summer, which will set out our approach to realising net zero aviation emissions by 2050. Our proposals in the Jet Zero consultation focused on the rapid development of technologies in a way that maintains the benefits of air travel and maximises the opportunities that decarbonisation can bring. Activity is already underway to encourage the development of the technologies and sustainable fuels which can support aviation decarbonisation. This is including establishing the UK's Jet Zero Council, bringing together government, aviation, aerospace and academia to drive the delivery of new technologies and innovation within aviation. We've also seen many airlines entering into multi-year supply agreements for sustainable aviation fuel, and we saw an exciting government-industry collaboration during COP26, with SAF powering almost 500 flights during the conference itself. And COP itself reminds us this isn't just a domestic challenge. The international nature of aviation emissions means that only global cooperation can put aviation on a truly sustainable path. This year's 41st ICAO Assembly is a vital moment for setting international aviation on a net zero consistent path. Already, we've seen the net zero 2050 goals of IATA and other industry bodies. We believe that the outcomes of the ICAO Assembly, especially a new long-term goal globally, will provide a foundation for international aviation's ability to decarbonise in the coming decades. We will continue to use our voice on the international stage, not only to steer this industry's recovery, but to future-proof it by putting sustainability at its core. Now, I am deeply proud to be the UK's Minister for Aviation. Our ability to fly, to travel, enriches countless lives, connects our businesses and families, and gives us great enjoyment as well. I am passionate for this to be a strong and innovative sector which has sustainability at its heart. And the UK government is committed to working with industry, civil society and international partners to tackle the urgent problem of climate change, whilst also creating a more sustainable and prosperous economy for all. I'm looking forward to working with you further and building on this work to realise that vision. Thank you.
Excellent. Well, you met him earlier. I'm pleased to say he's back to tell you more about the work we've been doing, in particular the blueprint and the roadmap for what happens next. Mark, come and dive into the detail that you kept back earlier.
Thanks, Sam. Just set up water in a paper station. Just give me a second. So for those that were here this morning, thank you for coming back, knowing I was coming back. It's always nice to see so many of you. I don't think anybody slipped out. For anyone online, same to you. And if you're not there, you can't hear me anyway. So thank you for that. Here to now talk in a bit more detail about the roadmap. So this is really a culmination of the blueprint, the case studies, and the systems analysis that we've done. I can't emphasize enough that this is really just a short presentation. There's much more to read in the documentation online. I think we've got north of something like 150 pages across all the reports for you to make several cups of drink and take in. So this presentation will just touch on the key themes from the roadmap, but do go read more on our website. So the roadmap fits in here to the project. As I said, it's a culmination of those pieces of work. It also includes elements from the Trigg that you've heard about and the demonstrations. And it's a forward-looking view of the technology development, i.e. the maturity of that to TRL9 when it's commercially available. And we've also looked at the implementation effort that we think airports and airfields may have to undertake to actually start using it in their operation. Now this slide's a bit of a disclaimer. So this is the first year we've undertaken this work. And at this stage, I need to give you some caveats as to what this document can do and what it can't do. The first one that isn't actually written here is that people listening today and many people in the room are already engaged in this. So this document is targeted to be used across the sector, from small grass airfields right up to major airports, helping to inform their journey. It's intended to provide airports and airfields with a time-based view of the ZEFI infrastructure and its availability to market. We're able to provide some initial capability information of the technologies when they become ready to buy, and there is much more detail on that in the blueprint that I can't do justice here, nor in the document that we've got. And we can also illustrate different technologies in line with our own capability framework that we've come up with, and I'll talk more about that in a minute. What this is not at this stage is a prescriptive project plan for the aviation industry. We've already heard about several different constraints that different airports might have, airfields might have, based on their space, their finances, their business strategy. It's not targeted, therefore, at one specific airport or airfield. So if an airport says, well, this isn't what we're doing, that's fine. This is a roadmap for something they can use to help inform their strategy. We're not able to illustrate the different approaches for scale or size. And through a workshop we held in informing this roadmap, we heard from one airport that said that actually they would have an issue moving too many fuel bowsers around the airport, and that would actually drive them to a hydrant system underground from a safety perspective. So it's not so much an operational constraint of being able to buy or operate more of a certain thing. For them, it was a safety constraint pushing them to do something else. And it's also not intended to show that an airfield must adopt a specific item of infrastructure. That's down to the airport or the airfield or the service provider to understand what meets their needs and their business case at each point in time. So on the roadmap, we're going to show 3 different categories that make up that document. The first is the subsystems and technology. For those that saw the presentation earlier, I'm referring to all of the items that will deliver hydrogen or charge to an aircraft. So therefore, they're the physical systems that do that. The implementation effort, where we've then focused our work, is around looking at the supporting systems that we spoke about, including the operations and people. So these are all the other technologies around the airport, the operations design, the safety management, etc., of all of those elements to support the delivery of fuel to the aircraft. Now, talking on the aircraft, we've looked at the fixed wing conventional takeoff and landing aircraft that are zero emission and therefore are powered purely by battery electric or by hydrogen fuel cell. We've also looked at aircraft that have a battery electric component but still might rely on some internal combustion or use hydrogen for combustion as well. And we've shown these differently on the roadmap just to give some illustration of where they fit in. So capability levels, please don't try and read too much on the slide, but these capability levels have been designed to help people who want to implement the infrastructure take it from a level of commitment basis is probably the best way of putting it. I won't say risk because risk implies operations as well or financial. Level 1 we've defined as the basic handling capability for using electric or hydrogen aircraft at the airport. This might be the only place that some small airfields ever get to. They may never want to provide electric charge or hydrogen fuel, as many don't today with avgas. This is something that we think all airports and airfields should look to achieve at some point, but obviously some operations will need charging or hydrogen to perform a return flight, particularly as we've heard about some of the duration of some of the aircraft today. So this level 1 is therefore just looking at those supporting systems, the people and the training. Level 2 is then the next level of commitment, but that's where there's still no physical infrastructure put in place on the airport that's effectively, digging in the ground and putting anything in. This is bringing capability from off-site. So here we'll talk about mobile recharging vehicles that might have been charged away from the airport, fuel bowsers, battery swapping or tank swapping. Level 3 is then where you start to have on-site capability, effectively on-site storage of hydrogen, or putting in effectively hardwired chargers to the airport, whether they're the low voltage ones or potentially the megawatt ones that we've spoken about earlier. Similarly for hydrogen, this is where you've got gas storage, liquid storage or other components. Level 4 is then kind of the step up from there, which is what we've termed as advanced capability. This is where airports might then start to use renewable generation of electricity or electrolysis of hydrogen. And we also start to move towards providing gas pipelines, liquid pipelines, and hydrant systems on the airport. Therefore, these are more likely to be significant investments and things that need a certain level of commitment. So, sorry to now give you a lecture. I'll be very brief about this lesson. This just explains how we've presented the information on the roadmap. So, the first part of the technology bar that you'll see is when we believe that the technology will be available, from its earliest start date to effectively its latest start date. That therefore shows the confidence range we have of when we think it may first be on the market. This was feedback we got from the workshop where some people didn't want to know the implementation effort. Now we've then gone on to show the implementation effort to therefore explain when we think that capability could be achieved and actually working in operation. And that, as I said before, covers the supporting systems, the operations and people. With the aircraft, we've then got a bar showing when we think the aircraft in that segment may come to market. We've got 6 different segments from leisure aircraft in the general aviation up to what we've termed as long-range aircraft, potentially greater than 250 seats. Now, on the roadmap, we've only chosen to show the aircraft where we currently have manufacturers that have put their neck out and said, we're working on this aircraft and we expect it to be in commercial service at this point. Within the document that's on the website, there's more information about aircraft where we believe the technology is available, and there are projects working on that, such as Project Fresson that was mentioned earlier. But at this stage, we're not aware of that becoming a commercial entry into service piece of work, and that's the distinction that we've made on the document. Okay, lecture over. You can wake up. Thank you. So just moving through to the electrical roadmap. So what we have here is, these are the different components that you saw on that diagram earlier. You can see the capability levels down the left as to how we've grouped together the components as to when they first become introduced to our capability levels. We've got orange stars denoting where there's been investment in progressing that forward, whether that's through one of the Trigg programs or through some of the demonstration activity that you've seen today. Along the bottom, we've then got the aircraft where we have what we believe to be the credible examples of when aircraft may enter into market, and we've flagged some of these for helping interpretation. Some of the key takeaways from this slide are to say that we think mobile chargers are currently a few years away from becoming a reality, and therefore for airports that want to start servicing electric aircraft first, we believe this would benefit from some accelerated development at that lower level of commitment without putting infrastructure physically into the airport. However, we know that some airports and airfields may already have sufficient electric capacity to start using some low voltage chargers. And I'll come on to sort of how you would go about doing that in a minute. We do think that high voltage chargers, which we've termed as megawatt chargers, as discussed earlier, may also benefit from some small development acceleration to support some larger aircraft that may come to market in the next 3 to 4 years, and or to start servicing larger volumes of aircraft operations where the aircraft can deal with the performance of that technology. We think aircraft battery swapping is therefore going to be dictated by manufacturers that build that into their aircraft. We've heard a few times already that this is something airlines, but maybe even some of the airports still want to maintain relatively quick turnarounds. We think that charging and storage and transportation capability is 5 to 7 years away, but we think the time to actually implement that could be longer, particularly for managing the transportation of the batteries, maybe in an automated fashion, bearing in mind they may be quite heavy. The mobile chargers do need some acceleration. We have heard from NebAware that technology is working today, so the infrastructure is there if wanted, but we're also hearing challenges about having that in sufficient airport locations to actually operate the aircraft. Low voltage chargers today are proprietary. We've heard at length about standardization. So the projection we have put in the roadmap is for universal technology that can service different aircraft types. So moving on to the hydrogen, there's a lot more components here. So we think that the basic emergency handling can be achieved today within a year or two, depending on when the airport wants to do that, taking learnings from other industries. But we think aircraft may first start coming to market in the next couple of years. We think delivery trucks are already in operation. Hydrogen can already get delivered to several places, but we think the refueling vehicles sort of being at their basic entry into service capability could still benefit from some acceleration. This would support those airports or airfields that want to bring that fuel to the site in the next couple of years. Hydrogen swapping is again further out, will be dictated by the aircraft manufacturers, and we think this is again a much more complex element to bring into the airport. So we've therefore got a lower confidence range of how long that would take to operate. Moving on to the level 3 capability, where we're therefore talking about infrastructure in the ground. We think that what we've termed to be the hydrogen loading station would also benefit from some acceleration, because the other components for hydrogen we believe are to be available in the next couple of years. This would support larger aircraft operations or locations that want to have more on-site security. And I did touch on it earlier that some locations, they may hold 3 days of kerosene, so this would enable them to start holding hydrogen more in the near term. I'm just going to touch a little bit on what we call chemical storage, which is a relatively new concept, but we think this would reduce the effort required to store hydrogen in what we've termed a chemical form, which is not liquid that has to be cooled to a very low temperature, nor has to be pressurized in a gaseous form. Someone from the technical team, I'm sure, would take a question on that if someone wanted to know more. It's something we think that, again, is maybe sort of 5 to 6 years away before it could reach a mature TRL. Where we see significant gaps at the minute is in the liquid hydrant systems. These are currently at a very low maturity. There has been some work done on it through one of the Trigg projects, but we think the technology may come potentially at the earliest in 2030, but that could run out to 2035. But we also know there's significant effort to get that into the ground and start operating it on the airport. As said through the workshop, we had feedback that one of the larger airports in the country would want to start doing that fairly soon when hydrogen aircraft come to market due to the constraints of moving too many vehicles around the airport. And these takeaways really summarize some of those elements, and I'll just touch on electrolysis as well. So we heard from one of the demonstrations that was being done today at Cotswold Airport by ZeroAvia. We think it's something that could be used for some small scale operations, but it could also be used to help smooth out supply or improve energy security. So it's something that is there. However, we've also heard about whether hydrogen hubs may be something that are available in the local area, and whether that's something that service providers may choose to address instead of doing on-site electrolysis. So where do we go from next? Now, these 2 slides cover 5 themes, and it kind of picks up on points that through complete chance have been discussed in the last panel. I can assure you they haven't seen this document beforehand. We cover 5 themes here. We think that service providers, FBOs, airports, airfields, people who want to put the infrastructure in, need to understand their needs. They need to understand physical space. They need to look at the finances. Again, we've heard at length about the current situation here. They need to start looking at operations and planning, and doing that now, again, as we've heard. And I think, as Graham said, really covering off that whole systems thinking. This is not a simple piece of work. It's something that will require a joined up approach and something to iterate upon as technology matures. So within the needs, it's start engaging with aircraft operators and or associations where they're representing a voice of many. Understand what timescales and aspirations they might have, and understand whether any acceleration is required to support their desires. This is, of course, an opportunity to review your business strategy. Consider whether you have the ability to attract new operators, or look at business cases that previously didn't work, because this is an opportunity to start on something new. We've also talked about de-risking some of this. So can we start to look at any airside vehicles that may need electric or hydrogen in the short term? We plan to investigate more on this when we can, and share more in the future. But ultimately, this can de-risk some of the investment and can be scaled up. It can start getting learnings, start using these new fuel types, and then start planning more for aircraft operations, which some could argue are more critical on a time basis to recharging a ground vehicle. So start playing is the wrong word. Start exploring it now, start using it and understanding what works and what doesn't. Within physical space, understand whether you want to have dedicated stands for zero emission aircraft, be that battery, be that hydrogen. Do you have the opportunity to have multi-use stands? What standards and guidance might come out from that? There is some work ongoing, as we've already heard from the standards work earlier. Start considering your storage requirements, as I've spoken about a few minutes ago, into your planning. Start considering whether the proximity of those hydrogen hubs can change your approach to space today. Could you reduce storage and therefore have other space on the airport to be used? Ultimately, could you start from scratch? And this is a very bold comment from us, but could you consider space on the other side of the airport that could be used to start building zero emission handling areas from scratch today? At a national level, could we even be bolder to say there might be the need for more regional airports? But ultimately, can we start from scratch with these fuels in mind, as opposed to the legacy way that we've been fueling aircraft for the last 60 years or so, for jet aircraft at least? Within finances, there's a whole range of things to be discussed here and different risk appetites across different organisations. May asset replacement cycles give challenges and opportunities to airports? Could it be that they could start to phase in electric ground vehicles as and when existing ground vehicles need replacing? Or is it that there may be some assets that still haven't been fully depreciated that may need removing, and therefore is there anyone to buy them, or do they just need to be disposed and written off? These considerations all need looking at. We've discussed income generation. So could the airport start to get some income from implementing some of these technologies? Could they sell electric back to the grid? Could they become a hydrogen hub and start selling that hydrogen off-site? Could they start charging for electric vehicles or any hydrogen vehicles that may come in the future? But we know there's going to be significant disruption. We think disruptive business models may start to emerge. We heard earlier from one OEM that they are looking to provide fuel as part of their power by the hour agreement. So what does that mean? Is that a threat? Is that an opportunity? Is that something to embrace, or is it something to shy away from? Could infrastructure be leased? Does it become an energy as a service model? There's things here that all need to be considered. Within the operations and planning, again, I'd urge more reading of the blueprint, because that's where there's significant detail. Start understanding when you want to buy technology. Do you want to buy it early and start scaling up? Can you buy more of them? Or does your specific requirements mean that you need to wait for it to mature to a greater scale because you haven't got space or you haven't got the ability to buy it twice? It will require significant change management. We've talked quite a lot about skills today, whether that's skills or the people to have the skills. And there's also going to be discussions around safety and risk assessments. A comment from one of the pieces of work we did suggested that insurance for doing hydrogen refueling is quite complicated. Insurers get quite scared today. So if you think hydrogen operations are in your near term, start talking to them now, because that's something that could be a challenge. But overall, it is that whole systems thinking that is needed. It's starting to iterate on them, start understanding what are the technologies that are available, when they will be available, should I say. How do they fit your operation? What are the multi-mode transport opportunities that you could embrace? Do you want to be that hydrogen hub, or is there a hydrogen hub nearby that means you can shy away from that? And that's a business decision to take. Consider planning for missions early, whether that's local, regional, or national. But ultimately, it's international coordination that's important, because aviation is a global trade. And I, for one, think that this is an opportunity to start coordinating internationally. And actually, some of the first flights may even be international, because there's shorter hops available from the southeast of the country to mainland Europe than there are even domestically in the UK. And on that note, I'll finish, and I can take any discussions during the network break after this. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you and congratulations again to Mark and the whole team who worked on this. Again, you'll see some very serious thought has gone into this, and thanks to all of you who have contributed knowledge from across the ecosystem. Lots of exciting things to do, and I'm sure Mark will be keen to pick up further details. As Mark said, we are entering another networking break. We've got another half hour back upstairs on the ground floor. There's further tea and coffee. There may be some brownies left. I don't know. Carry on meeting brilliant people, sparking new ideas, and we'll see you in half an hour for the final session. Thanks a lot.
Systems, so typically providing wing structures, fuselage structures, empennage structures, wiring into the likes of Airbus, Boeing. We also have an engines division, so we manufacture engine components all the way up to the Saab Gripen engine itself. So we have an interesting blend of both airframe and engines. My sort of direct responsibility at the moment is in the CTO office, so specifically looking at sustainable aviation and looking at routes to zero emission technology. So we have a number of projects that we're running at the moment. Biggest one would be H2 gear, which I can sort of talk about a little bit more later. Really strong focus on hydrogen as an alternative fuel, both in the combustion of it and the use of it in a fuel cell.
Perfect. Thank you. Simon.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Simon Earls. I'm Sustainability and Corporate Affairs Director at Bristol Airport. So continuing the Southwest, strongly represented on the panel this afternoon. I work for Bristol Airport Limited. We're the owner and operator of the airport itself, which is nestled on the edge of the Mendip Hills, about 7 miles from the city of Bristol itself, and we're the principal gateway for the Southwest and South Wales. My responsibilities in the business, in part, are leading our sustainability program. We've been pushing that forward quite hard over the last few years, and I'll be very happy to tell you a bit more about that over the course of the questions.
Thank you. Katie. I'm Katie Milne. I'm the head of industrial strategy on a program called Fly Zero, which is led by the Aerospace Technology Institute, funded by BAYS, and is reporting into the Jet Zero Council. And we've been assessing the feasibility of zero carbon emissions aircraft solutions, propulsion systems, so looking across hydrogen and electric. But because we've been focused on trying to get to large commercial aircraft particularly, we've spent most of our effort on hydrogen, and particularly liquid hydrogen solutions, as opposed to gaseous hydrogen. So that project's been 100 experts from across many aerospace and aviation companies, including GKN. We've interfaced throughout the project with the ZEFI program, the Connected Places Catapult, and the people on that as well. And we've taken a holistic look at all of the different challenges. So we published about 40 reports, public reports on the internet. If you want to have a look at the ATI website, they're on there. And one of those is on infrastructure. And we've also got a bunch of restricted reports as well. So if you are developing sustainable flight, you can apply to get into those. So yeah, please have a look.
Plenty of bedtime reading for you there.
Lots.
Yeah. Nothing else. So Arnab, over to you.
Hi there. Arnab Chatterjee. I'm the Vice President of Infrastructure at Zero Avia. For those that may not be familiar, we're also located at least partially in the Southwest, and want to just acknowledge some of the great work the ATI has done. So thank you very much. I think we've been very much involved and supported by a number of these programs, and liquid hydrogen is particularly close to my heart. But what do we do? So Zero Avia is the first practical, scalable, zero emission aircraft solution. We build, operate, design, etc., hydrogen electric craft, and we flew the first craft as a test in 2020 now, and we're looking to scale that, and then I'll talk a bit more about what our plan for scaling is, I'm sure, later on today. And my responsibility is to make sure that not only does the aircraft fly, but we also get the hydrogen in the craft, and how we contribute to the zero emission journey across the whole ecosystem.
Super. So the aim of this session really is to try and do that crossover from the aircraft development into the airport side. So that's what some of the questions we're going to try and aim at. But, you know, thinking caps on, you certainly don't want me asking loads of questions. But we want to hear from the audience. But I'll start with you, if that's okay, Simon, and to ask you, have you at the moment got hydrogen on airside operations at all? And if you have, how will that help the journey towards a hydrogen-based aviation community? And if you haven't got hydrogen on airside operations, what would be the first thing that you would try to bring in on the airside of hydrogen?
So no, we haven't got it currently within our operation at the airport, but I think it's accepted by the ecosystem as a whole, ourselves, airline partners, others that are involved in provision of services in the airport, that it's a good place to start. So we're currently in discussions with our major airline, EasyJet. So we have a strategic partnership with them in relation to sustainability, scoping a project with them and other partners about identifying the right piece of airside equipment, and then to design, secure the regulatory approvals and bring that into service into the airport. So seeing that as a important step, but perhaps a more manageable first step that you can take, and learning about bringing hydrogen into that airside environment.
Yeah, and you know, moving on from that, so that's sort of building a sort of knowledge base and cultural acceptance of hydrogen and the policies and procedures and everything. But you don't take off your aircraft from Bristol and fly it up round Bristol and land it back down. You go from Bristol to, Edinburgh or wherever it is. So what kind of work's going on between airport to airport on this at the macro level? Or are you still feeling that it's at an individual airport operation on this massive transformation that's got to happen?
Well, I think airports need to figure out their own futures, as was mentioned in the previous presentation. Circumstances are different from one airport to the next, and their trajectories and their challenges will be different. But building partnerships is something that we've really paid very close attention to. I was discussing with Max beforehand. He and other organisations are part of a hydrogen cluster that we've established in the southwest, because some of this we just don't. We haven't got the answers. So
I read a little bit about the hydrogen cluster, but do you want to give a quick minute on that, and just in case people in the audience don't know about the Southwest Hydrogen Cluster?
Yeah, I'd love to. So it's only been going for maybe 6 months or so. It's a core group of organisations with the shared ambition to answer the big question about what would it look like if we wanted to move and use the hydrogen that the Southwest economy needs in the future. So core membership of companies like Bristol Airport, GKN, Bristol Port, Airbus, Wales and West Utilities, all coming together to try and answer that question. So what would need to happen, not only to accelerate some of the technologies, to understand what the skills requirements are, to secure opportunities for funding so that we can make things happen quicker in the southwest, but also to inform that wider question about how we bring hydrogen into our economy. So it's early stages, but a great example, I think, of a much wider value chain being involved in trying to answer these questions than certainly I've ever experienced before.
Yeah, no, I think that value chain of hydrogen is quite important. We could go make loads of it, but we don't know how to then move it around. That's no use. And if we don't know how to consume it, then, it is that sort of triple dynamic. So moving to you, Katie, is, question for you, having produced, this amazing project, a first of a kind really for the UK in a very long time to look at, large scale concept design, the technology bricks, I think you keep calling them. I don't like the word brick, I didn't like that, but I had no choice on this word, but these big technology challenges. But if you step back, what is that first massive demonstrator that really has to happen? What's the big critical demonstrator that you saw that everybody's going to have to get done? And so actually you'll end up with lots of competitors working together to make it happen.
Yeah, I was just thinking we should have consulted you earlier, Ruth. I've logged it. I'll remember to do that next time.
My questions?
No, on bricks.
Oh, technology brick. I hate that word.
I forgot to give a shout out in the introduction. So we've got here Helen Ledbetter, who is one of our 2 airport and airline requirements specialists, and also Alejandro Block, who's in the ATI's technology and sustainability team, and they did a lot of the work on infrastructure, whereas my team was more focused on aircrafts, but I'm really pleased to represent them here today. Ask the question again, because I've forgotten.
What if you've done all those reports and one of them is on infrastructure, what's the big demonstrator? What's the big demo that everybody said, this is the thing that's got to happen, everybody?
In infrastructure, we think that the nearest term barriers around the safety case. So we really need to start doing technology demonstrators at airports, and possibly in a kind of stepping stone way. We don't have to go to major hub airports doing big scale hydrogen straight away, and gaseous hydrogen, which is where some of the smaller aircraft have started, is probably a good place to start. We need to move on to the safety case for liquid hydrogen really quite soon, and how you refuel the aircraft, how you handle it around the airport.
And are you seeing crossovers then from like the space community into aerospace on this? Are you sort of leveraging that knowledge and capability?
We are. It's one of the relative weak points of the UK. The UK's got a lot of leading capability in conventional aerospace that can be brought to bear on this problem. And we actually have quite a strong cryogenics cluster, but the sectors that is being pointed at that cryogenics cluster do not include space. Fundamentally, we don't have a space launch capability in the UK because we've not got Ariane, we've not got NASA SLS. Not yet. No, I know you're on it, Ruth. I know you're on it. But because of that, the cryogenics apply to flight, I suppose, is a bit weaker in the UK, and it's a gap we urgently need to fill.
Yeah, brilliant. We are going to be launching rockets in the UK this year, if you didn't know that, but we are going to be doing that. There's
But with liquid hydrogen?
But with liquid hydrogen, see, I didn't know that bit.
That's the important.
Yeah, brilliant. Okay, so, and on that, infrastructure piece where I know that your background really is the aerospace, the aircraft. Was there anything that really surprised you on the integration of the aircraft into the infrastructure side? Was there anything that you thought, God, we haven't thought about that, but it's really obvious now that we see it?
Crikey. I think I was surprised that it's solvable. So one of the things that was really nice in Fly Zero was that they went into quite a lot of detail in terms of the numbers, working with different airports, and they said, are there solutions to these? Can it be done? Are there any fundamental blockers? And the answer is no. I think that there's a journey, isn't there? Because by the time you get to 2050 flight scales for hydrogen at a major airport, you could be on 500 tanker deliveries a day. That's one every 3 minutes. So you need installed infrastructure pipelines. So it's a big lead time consideration. And I think that's people are talking about it in one of the earlier sessions. We need to get going now, really.
Yeah, really interesting. So turning to Max and to Arnab, the aircraft producers or systems producers in the room or on the panel. So to both of you, Arnab, we'll come to you first, are you seeing greater collaboration between Zero Avia and maybe some of your more traditional competitors? I know you're sort of a very new company and everybody's watching you with bated breath. I'm sure you're enjoying the attention, maybe, I don't know. But, are you seeing that because of the shift that has to happen, the scale of what has to happen, that you're working with people that you just didn't think you would ever be working with?
Well, let me back into that question a little bit and address, I think, this element of the fundamentals. So I think when we started, and indeed when our investors looked at us, and I'm coming from one of the investors, I think the first principle analysis was that if we are going to decarbonize aviation, we need to go to hydrogen, and that it's doable. I think that the archetypes or the kind of analogies to this are in road transport as well as in space. So when we've looked at that kind of from a first principles piece, we just felt that we need to accelerate the journey quicker rather than wait for the incumbents who have their own challenges quite rightly in terms of both the techno-economics as well as the strategic direction. So from a disruptive perspective, we felt that the end goal was doable and that actually there's not a huge amount of technology development from a first principles level, from a physics level, let's say, that needs to be done. But there's a huge amount of challenges around the engineering and so on and so forth. And you rightly bring up safety. So I think we're partnering or working with folks that we expected to. And I think at this early stage, it's about orchestration. It's about collaborate, not compete, because the market simply isn't there. But it's about having will to action. And I think we're very clear about the will to action and working out where the strengths are of the different players within this ecosystem. So we'd encourage more of this. And I would say one of the challenges at the same time is that historically for first movers, changing a fuel system, and I've looked at the electric system and the road transport system at different points in my career, it's often easy to say that we're going to make this move and we'll have an advantage for 20 years, 30 years. But in this transition, which was fantastically, I think, developed through COP26, which was a fantastic British achievement, that competitive advantage is going to diminish because we actually want everybody to get to this picture as soon as possible, because otherwise we're not going to reach the 1.5 or 2 degree challenge that we're aspiring to. And we're very much a mission and vision driven company. So I think that from a business perspective is something that we need to tackle. But as part of what we've developed as supported by ZEFI, in some feasibility work around liquid hydrogen, and I've personally been really excited how quickly we've been able to do that, and the appetite people have had to go do. So not only from the funders, and again, in the UK government side, but from engineers, third-party organisations, and indeed our local airport, where we're based out in Kemble.
Brilliant, thanks. And from a GKN perspective, Max?
Yeah, I guess from a GKN perspective, we may be slightly different. We're fairly used to working on sort of large development programs with our competitors, particularly in the technology space. We have very robust processing for collaboration agreements and the like. So it's not unusual for us to work with our suppliers, competitors, and partners. I think what we've noticed, I don't think I know, what we've noticed is very different to what we're doing in the hydrogen space at the moment, is the people that we're collaborating with, we would have never spoken to previously. So in a traditional context where we're dealing with kerosene, we understand that. You know, we know what there is to know about kerosene. There's no need for us to go and talk to an airline. There's certainly no need for us to go and talk to Bristol Airport or Heathrow Airport about how they operate with kerosene. We get it. We might talk to them about the size of their gates, you know, and whether we need to fold the wingtips or something like that. But, you know, it's very, very rare. This is completely different. You know, we are now in programs, development projects, you know, regular dialogue. We've got representation from airlines and airports. Simon sits on one of our advisory panels because we're not sure. We don't understand yet everything we need to know. And that's informing not only what we do when we design the aircraft, but it's also informing what our business cases look like, because ultimately that's driven by whether the airport's ready for it, whether British Airways or EasyJet are ready for it. And it drives, you know, our own investment portfolio then as well, in terms of how much do we need to invest in and when in order to realise. And that's through collaboration, which we wouldn't have done otherwise.
Yeah. It's a very different dynamic, isn't it?
Very, very different
It's
dynamic,
almost like you're all in the same place of we all don't know, so let's put the bits that we do know together and see if it takes us forward.
I'm talking to, you know, gas companies. That I'm looking at their pipelines to see whether, you know, they can put hydrogen down their pipelines, because if they can't, it isn't going into Heathrow Airport. You know, so that's a really interesting dynamic.
Yeah, really interesting. And so I know that skills were mentioned earlier, and you don't ever go to any meeting in aviation or aerospace where skills, you know, are never on the agenda or referenced in some shape or form. Is this creating an opportunity for people to come towards this sector with a different kind of enthusiasm? And I ask that because, well, probably about 4 years ago to Farnborough, because it certainly wasn't a couple of years ago, was it? I was approached by a young graduate engineer. He was with an OEM, he'd been there about 3 years, and he was thinking of leaving aerospace because he said, I'm just looking down at one aircraft for the next 20 years. And then, you know, he says, I'm thinking about going to space. And then you start talking about urban air mobility and, you know, flying taxis, and he lit up. So, you know, are you seeing, you know, this drive to these new fuel systems, these new fueled aircraft? Are you seeing people come towards the sector in a different way? And if so, what kind of people are coming?
Yeah, I think certainly what we've experienced over the last probably 2 years is a slightly different dynamic again, in that traditionally people came to join our company because they, 90% of the time they were aviation enthusiasts. They wanted to, you know, go fly, and they wanted to be involved in flight, making things fly. What we're now seeing is actually people that are coming that are, you know, environmentalists, you know, that they want to make a difference. They want to solve that climate challenge. And so they're bringing skills from other industries into you know, our business. They've never done anything in aircraft before. They're not it doesn't really bother them at all. It's the you know, it's the challenge and the excitement of addressing the sort of zero emissions. Your point about eVTOL is good. So, you know, if I show my son, who's what, 13, if I show him Zero E aircraft, I show him the aircraft from out of Fly Zero. If I show him the concept aircraft from GKN Aerospace, he kind of looks at it and goes, and the difference is that, you know, other than a blended wing, but that's like a long way out. So you can't see the sort of the shift and the revolution inside the aircraft. If he looks at something from Joby or Vertical, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I'd be all right working on that. You know, so that element of the business and zero emissions is absolutely driving the passion.
Absolutely. Yeah. And are you seeing a different community of people coming towards the airport side, or is it too soon to tell, Simon?
I think it's too soon for us from an airport perspective. And as I said, we're a small part of the value chain. But you know what is evident is Max used the term revolution. It's absolutely that. There is a huge opportunity to position the industry completely differently and open it up to a whole new audience of talent that can come into it. Conversations about that new technology, new entrants like our company on the panel. I think are a massive opportunity just to present the industry in a different way.
Absolutely. So hydrogen always kind of sparks a bit of a moment, doesn't it, on the public, So whose job is it to bring the public on board? To anybody on the panel? Look, they've all gone right quiet now, haven't they? And by the way, I'm coming to you lot next for some questions, so I hope you've got some written down.
Let me kick off next. It's an interesting question. Whose job is it?
Yeah. Other than it's everybody's, I get that, but
I guess the future is happening now in different parts of the world. So I think from a UK perspective, that may be the case. It's certainly not the case if you're in California, if you're in China, if you're sitting in Japan or Korea. So I think there's geographic change to what's happening when. I think therefore it's a global industry around hydrogen. And I think back a little bit to that skills conversation, one of the things that is certainly attracting folks to Zero Avia is the zero emission kind of narrative. But it is a different skill base. So you're seeing folks from traditional hydrogen hubs, and hydrogen is still relatively new, but France, Germany, California, etc. So have real appetite to kind of translate what they've learned in one industry segment around hydrogen to another. And the UK has got some great leading companies in this area, ITM Power, Series, and others. And so that is growing. I think a big responsibility is with clear communication and education. Another one is through government, because it has to come from acclimating. So not just from a policy level, but it has to come down to the local council, to the fire brigades, and all of those folk. I think when that gets normalized, because hydrogen is no different to any other fuel or any other energy containing substance. You have to understand how to manage it. But once you know how to manage it, then it's fine. People have the same concerns with gas and with crude oil, kind of at the around the First World War. Would you have imagined then, sitting in 1918, that you'd have jets and centralized airports like Heathrow and within 30 to 40 years? I think the answer would be no. So I think it's a mixed conversation.
Yeah. Thoughts from you, Simon, on whose job is it?
I think it's everyone's job, really. I don't know how much of a problem it really is, and whether the industry is kind of talking itself into it's a bigger problem with public perception than actually it is. I think the best way to change the narrative is for people to start seeing it in everyday use. So I think the quicker we can get hydrogen into places that the public is used to seeing it, then that will change the public's perception of it.
If you look at hydrogen cars, you don't get a narrative that I don't think hydrogen cars are a good idea because they're dangerous. The narrative is I can't get the hydrogen.
Yeah.
So it suggests that the understanding is more about the availability than the sort of the risk associated to it. I think that people that technically understand hydrogen can assimilate it to kerosene, and they're both dangerous if handled the wrong way. But I think the younger generations, they're not going to think of things like the Hindenburg and stuff like that.
No,
it's just
true,
not in their memory banks. So I don't think they're going to carry the same concerns that we, who maybe do remember those sort of things, sort of naturally go to. And
I don't remember it, but people.
I was talking to you, obviously, Bruce, obviously.
Clearly, lockdown hasn't done well for me. Anyway, on that note, could we open up to questions from the floor? We've got some great panelists here. They've got stories to tell about the challenges of integrating an aircraft into the airport. And I can't believe there isn't a load of hands up. Come on. Go, Mark. One down at the front on the left here, please. Thank you.
So question primarily for Katie, actually, but I'm sure other people have got thoughts on this. So really interested in your comments around the potential weakness on cryogenics for the UK, but sort of expanding on that a bit. Coming out of the Fly Zero work, what do you think are the key UK strengths in terms of industrial opportunity? So if you had to pick one or two things to invest in, well, I've got my wallet out.
It's
What would you
crafting on a panel, isn't it, Katie?
What would you pick?
I can't pick two. Like, do you imagine how much political trouble I'll get in if I don't list? In all seriousness, fuel systems, right? So Airbus Fuel Systems is the certifying organisation in Bristol for all Airbus aeroplanes worldwide. And we have some tier ones in the UK. So Eaton, American company, but the fuel systems teams in Britain, and then component manufacturers in the UK as well, both in aerospace and out of sector as well. So people like Parker manufacture components that are relevant to land-based applications in the UK. So fuel systems, thermal management is going to be a big challenge, especially for fuel cells, but also for gas turbine powered aircraft, because they'll need different thermal management solutions to as well. And we are world leading on that. And then gas turbines, there's been no announcements from Rolls-Royce yet on hydrogen, but I hope they move.
And what about the cryogenics one? The first part of the question Mark talked about. Where is the cryogenics capability? Please don't tell me it's something to do with dead bodies. It's not.
No, the cluster's around Oxford actually, and as I understand it, they're focused on things like fusion, medical imaging, and like labs and testing. So rather than aircraft, it's quite different from the very heavy industry. Yes, but some of the I feel like if you put the two things together, like our incumbent aerospace knowledge and those cryogenic specialists, we can do it in the UK.
Yeah,
just need to get a shift on.
It's a good question, because there's a significant gap in capability in the UK to even test. So it only really sits in academia and a little bit in the space industry. So in terms of the people you require and the facilities you require, and also even the materials. So if you want composite materials that are applicable to like cryogenic fuel tanks, not many around, and they're certainly not in the UK. So I totally agree with Katie. It's a really tricky area, and it's taken us a long time to get our cryogenic specialists in house.
Yeah. And the ATI is trying to convene people around that test question at the moment. So with some people from GKN, but also across aerospace. We were up at the Health and Safety Exec on Friday. Their facilities are amazing.
And why are they amazing, Katie?
Because they blow stuff up. No, they are at the top, like in the world rankings. They know more about hydrogen handling and safety than almost any other organisation, and they have an isolated remote facility with really safe testing infrastructure. It's an amazing facility. So we were there talking about how we can address the aerospace test challenges. So if anybody's interested, the one I haven't spoken about, which I feel like I should, is ground support equipment. We have a strong UK base in ground support equipment. It's probably a stepping stone. We're talking about getting people familiar with hydrogen. If the buses are hydrogen, but if the ground support equipment's electric or hydrogen as well, I think that's kind of a step on the road to safety and public perception, but also like a step on the road for airports in terms of learning how to handle it as well.
That's brilliant. So what I'm hearing as well is that the opportunity for really important cross-sectoral work on key areas where we've all got to fill up on hydrogen, we've all got to work out how to store it, we've all got to work out how to pipe it around the country, we've all got to work out how to consume it and have a healthy supply of it, is creating that dynamic that actually the government, whilst I've been working on, has always wanted this cross-sector, but suddenly here's an opportunity to drive it.
There's definitely an opportunity for a cross-sector initiative on hydrogen handling and distribution, definitely.
Yeah. So there is actually an emerging conversation with 6 catapult programs, connected places in that, called HI, it's the Hydrogen Innovation Initiative. And that's being born out of an understanding of that there is no hydrogen innovation value chain, the innovation needed in the production, the storage distribution, and then the consumption. So the ATI, the APC are in that loop with the Net Zero Technology Centre out of Aberdeen as the consumers stroke producers. So I think that's a really interesting and important topic, and it's certainly getting traction with the top of government. But like a lot of things, the spending review decision making is slow to be coming out still. So we have time for another couple of questions from the floor. I know. Oh, look, see, everybody wants to talk now. Here we go. This gentleman here. I'm sorry, I don't know your name. So
Phil Whiffen from WMG.
hello. Hello. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, got there eventually. Yep.
Different glasses, probably.
Probably. Yeah. Sorry about that. That and 2 years of lockdown, not seeing anyone.
So this is probably a question for Simon mainly. Sorry about the feedback. Obviously, we've got 3 different solutions being proposed for energy vectors. So we've got electricity, we've got hydrogen, and we've got SAF. How will airports cope with the investment that's needed, really, and can you credibly support all 3?
It's a great question. If anyone in this discussion had asked me about challenges, that'd be number 1 on the list, is just that transition period. And depending on which airport you are, depending on the makeup of your airlines, that transition period has the potential to be a very, very long period. So it's the biggest question. It's the biggest question we face. Part of it, we will have to react to our customers and what their requirements are. But it's a big risk, both in terms of the investment that's required, but the space that's required as well. We're in airport terms, we're at Bristol, you probably equate us to a postage stamp. So we're a tight, we are a tight site. So how we make best use of that, how we serve our customers' needs potentially over a long period. I don't have the answer, and it is one of the big questions for us.
I think it's a really great question, and I think actually this is a really amazing opportunity for digital twinning in a sort of enabling, helping decision-making tools. I know we've spoken to Mott MacDonald before. We've spoken to several universities. We've spoken to EasyJet, Luton Airport, a stack of players about this. Spoken to Steve, who's here from the ATI as well, about this. And there is so much work going on, but the idea of having a digital twin to say, where does the battery charging go versus the hydrogen tank versus the kerosene tank? When does that retire? When does that, just something to start modeling that, and then looking at how it can enable de-risking and technologies. I think, if I think about an opportunity for the UK to do something groundbreaking, for me, that would be a really key area to consider. And we certainly have the capability to do it. Digital Built Britain, out of Cambridge, a whole stack of other players.
And it also gets into how quickly can you refuel the aircraft or recharge the aircraft.
Yeah, it's true.
So hydrogen at the moment is suggested to be a little bit slower than kerosene, and that actually could end up impacting on how many flights you can put in the day. You've got to fly into the night, which you're currently not allowed to do. So it's a great question that really demonstrates why all of us are kind of interested in what's happening at the coal front.
So this gentleman in blue here, and then we'll go to Steve.
Can I just comment on the
You
turnaround
can.
time? So the team, Helen Ledbetter and Chris.
This guy here in the blue shirt, sorry, too forward. That's all right. Sorry, Katie.
No, it's okay. They did some analysis on turnaround time, and Max, we've seen it on that. So hydrogen could potentially be longer for turnaround time, but they also found that with some development, especially around the safety case, but to allow simultaneous activity, there's potential for it to be comparable. So it just brings it all back to understanding the safety protocols, really, as being the first
Really
big step.
interesting.
Yeah.
Good, interesting.
Umberto Almeida from Queen's University Belfast. Now, any of you can pick up the question, but it goes particularly to you, Max, because you just mentioned composite pressure vessels, and that's my field of work. And my question is, where do you see composite pressure vessels in future aircraft in terms of certification process?
I think when I look at our test programs today that have got liquid hydrogen in them, we're using metallic. pressure vessels. So, kind of standard tech that's in other sectors. We've got 3 programs running, 2 in the UK, 1 in the Netherlands, that look at either a thermoset or a thermoplastic composite solutions in multi-wall vessels. Really, really difficult. It's not a pressure vessel. It's a system for controlling a media at minus 253 degrees C. So with all of the sensing technology that's needed around that to meet all the safety criteria that Katie's sort of alluding to. So what am I worried about? I'm worried about the materials. I'm worried about the testing capability that I talked about earlier. The technology maturity is relatively low at the moment. And with a UK hat on, I'm pretty concerned about the strength of the ecosystems outside of the UK in this area, in comparison to the UK. And the sort of programs that Ruth was alluding to under the HIGH initiative with the Catapult network, particularly the NCC, we really need to, make sure we've got the right level of funding behind that, because it is a really good opportunity with our composites expertise in the UK to kind of dominate that space. And whether it's GKN or whether it's somebody else, from a UK perspective, doesn't matter. But when you look at what's happening in France on metallics or in Germany in composites, we've got to run pretty quick to keep up.
The stuff that came out of the HIGH, thanks for that, Gail, and stuff that came out of the HIGH programme that I thought was really interesting was the research community needs certain things to enable them. One of them is they need access to a supply of hydrogen so they can actually do the work. And it sounds like, well, of course you need a supply, but they don't need to be going, we need an academic supply, a research supply, not a hello BP, could I borrow a tank of hydrogen again, please? I know I asked you last month, but I've run out already. So it's that kind of challenge that some of the founding principles have got to be put in place. So you're going to ask a question. There's one more, we've got time for one more, and then we'll go this gentleman here, and then we'll go to the gentleman in the white, because you've all suddenly decided not to be shy anymore, and then we'll be wrapping up.
Steve Newbury from Ultima Forma and Fly Zero. Just a question for the panel. Really, how kind of significant do you think the Airbus Zero E program is to the UK in terms of their strategy for us building kind of viable business cases for net zero flight?
That one then.
Do you want? Go on then,
Go for it, Katie.
I'll give you.
So for large commercial aircraft, currently there are 2 major incumbents globally, Boeing and Airbus. And it is very hard for incomers to scale to larger aircraft, although it could be possible. And we're watching you guys to see if you achieve it. But it's very challenging. So the fact that one of those incumbents has moved and so committedly is really significant. And as I said earlier, we've got their fuel systems team in the UK. They're building capability at the moment. It's really exciting. There are some challenges. The UK has not yet signed up to Clean Aviation, which launched last week. I think that's really important that we push forward membership. It's currently waiting. It's kind of linked up to other Brexit negotiations. And also Airbus has down selected for its flying testbed an engine which is a CFM engine. So CFM is manufactured by the collaboration Safran and General Electric Aviation. So we need an alternative route to demonstrating a technology readiness level for components in the UK, so whether that's tanks or fuel system components, but also for basically the gas turbine. And I think finding a route for UK companies to do that, like a hydrogen propulsion system demonstrator, is really important.
So I guess, just in response to your question, Steve. So if we look at our H2 Gear programme in the UK, £54 million ATI funded programme, it's a system, thank you, Ruth, it's a system level capability. So that doesn't mean we're going to be a system provider, but we have the knowledge then to go and talk to Airbus and be able to articulate how the technology we're developing fits into their system. So as you say, Katie, we can go and offer sub-components onto that flight platform, whether it's the fuel cell or the tank or the fuel system. So I think it's great.
Okay, brilliant. So our last question of the day, this gentleman here in the white. So no pressure. Needs to be a corker. Yeah. We'll grade you out of 5. Just so you know.
Hi there. I'm Jordan. I'm from Protein Green Solutions. So one of our, we're actually on the stands here today, and we've actually done the digital twin. So you mentioned before about hydrogen refueling and turnaround times. That's something we've actually tried to address through this project, and try and get it comparable to conventional aircraft. And we believe we can do it. What I was really going to ask is, where do you see then digital twins going at an airport level, regional or national level? What is that opportunity to integrate digital twins from at a very specific refueling level, and how can that be developed beyond that?
We're all looking at you.
In terms of digital twinning, I don't know how much I can add in terms of the question. Safe to say that it's a live area that at a cluster level we're discussing at the moment, is the role that digital twinning plays in terms of helping to inform our strategy and to support that. So I think we see it as a key tool to build understanding and to support us not only in developing solutions, but helping to tell the story around hydrogen and what's required.
The use cases that jump out to me are 2. So there's one which is airport operations and supporting, like, I mean, if it's a digital twin, it's got to have a link to the asset, right? So a digital twin is not a simulation. And so I see that as an operational kind of digital twin, which runs first simulations of the future, but then merges into an operational tool. And then the other one has been discussed actually by the construction guys. So there has been some chatter, probably about 3 years ago now, around an infrastructure digital twin, by which they mean like pipelines. If we start installing new hydrogen pipelines, there's a risk. There's lots of buried stuff in the UK, and we don't quite know where it is and how it will interact. So kind of getting that model of the UK infrastructure and using it to.
There is actually a consultation open at the moment on the cyber physical infrastructure of the UK, which is being championed by the Royal Academy of Engineering with the Robotics Growth Partnership. Paul Clark is really spearheading that activity. So I think, it's a really important consultation on where we need to go next. Digital engineering, I think, is the future. And so we need to think about this cyber physical space as we move forwards. So thank you for the questions, for listening in, and a very, very big thank you to this fantastic panel who've given us, I think, some really interesting, really great insight, some facts, some figures, and quite a lot of things to go and read about post the session. So if you could show your thanks to them, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
We're going to close with 2 reflections, on sort of what's next steps. What is the airport of the future going to look like? What's this going to mean? So we're going to hear, I think, from Bronwyn Jones first, who is Director of Development at Gatwick Airport, and then we've got a recorded message from Derek Provine, Chief Executive of AGS Airports Limited. So Bronwyn, over to you.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I think I get to keep talking now while we get Derek's video sorted out, or we're just not having Derek at all. First of all, I have a confession to make. The agenda says Bronwyn will talk about Gatwick's plans. I don't have a plan. Not yet. I'm at phase 1 of the roadmap. I was really happy with phase 1, where it was understand where you are and where you need to go. Excellent, I can do that. It's been an absolutely fascinating day, because what we've been debating is so many of the issues that we are grappling with as we speak. We can absolutely see the future. Quite how we're going to get there is a really tricky question. And I think Phil summed it up beautifully in the answer that Simon gave earlier, is for us, some of the challenges around when will our airlines be ready? Gatwick has 90 airlines. I think it's a reasonably safe bet that they're not all going to pick the same plane and the same technology at the same time. And when you talk to them, there's a lot of, yeah, well, we're interested in that, and we're interested in this, and you can't really tell you. So then we get into some very circular debates that we've been having on a small scale on things like electrification of ground handling equipment, where the conversation goes something along the lines of, Bronwyn, we need charging units. Okay, when do you need them, and how many do you need? Well, I'm not quite sure, but we have them tomorrow. Okay, how many vehicles have you got to plug in tomorrow? Oh, well, none. So why do you need them then? Why would you like me to buy the Model X when maybe you don't use them for 2 years, and by then we could have the Model Y and it'll be faster and better and cheaper? Yeah, but we need them now. But you don't have your vehicles now. No. So when are you going to get the vehicles? Well, I'm not sure. But you know when your lease ends? Yeah, but I can't tell you that. Why can't you tell me that? It's commercially confidential. So you want me to invest in the charging for the vehicle? And so we go round. You can only imagine, if this is about a tug, can you imagine how it's going to be about a plane? So this is going to be tricky. Someone said earlier, I love the phrase, back the race, not the horse. But sooner or later, we will have to start backing some horses. And for us, trying to, the beauty would be, we're a big airport. Surely we're a broad church. We can accommodate electric and hydrogen and SAF and standard, let's call it today's technology. Surely we can do that. That's a lot of investment. And where do you put it? Your point about place. I don't know an airport that has got bundles of space around them that they're going to be able to just move out into. Simon described Bristol as a postage stamp. It's a very efficient postage stamp, but there's not a lot of room. We have not a lot of room, so we can't just keep adding new bits on. And again, are we going to want to say, well, over here is where you operate if you are this type of outfit, over here is something different, over here is something different. Does that work? Possibly. But if you're an airline on a larger scale and you're perhaps transitioning and you're on the journey of some of my aircraft, yeah, I've got half my fleet over here and half my fleet over here, this journey could be quite long and complicated. There are different ways this could work. And we're grappling with all of those sorts of issues of, well, how might we get there? What's that journey going to look like? What's the time frame looking like that? And for me, that's actually quite some urgent decisions. We consulted last year on bringing our standby runway into routine use, expanding the airport. That's a fabulous opportunity because that expansion means I've got to put in some new infrastructure. Let's get that new infrastructure ready for the future. Great. The planning permission needs to kind of pick that up, and I need to be submitting that next year. So what are you going to do? Not quite sure. So for us, there's a huge piece around keeping our options open. Don't back one horse just yet. Let's back the race. Let's keep those options open whilst being specific enough that we don't make the wrong decision. That's the bit that's keeping me awake night at the moment is I maybe don't know what the right one is, but I really don't want to make the wrong one. And at its worst, put a new bit of infrastructure into a place where later we go, oh, if only we'd thought about it. So these types of discussions are fantastic for me. I wish I could stand here and say, I'm going to tell you how we're going to do this and help everyone with the plan. But the truth is you're all helping me because we don't know quite what that answer is. But I like to think we are at least on the journey and we're asking the right questions and we're starting to explore what some of those options look like. And it's fantastic to meet so many people who are doing all that thinking and all of that creative work that is going to help us to unlock that, because I think it is absolutely key for our industry. And I thought Jason made a fantastic point earlier about how do we make aviation an exciting place to work, and it's hard to see why it wouldn't be. I've been in aviation for about 30 years and the ground handling bit is still pretty much as it was the day I joined. And it wasn't new then. So it does feel like it's time for a paradigm shift. It's time for us to fundamentally change the way our industry works at that level. And what a fantastic opportunity to be part of shaping that future. So I'm daunted a little bit sometimes by how are we going to find our way through this maze? How do we make the right space decisions, get our land planning straight? How do we back the right technology, give our passengers the right choices, give our airlines the right choices? How do we make the right investment calls? Because these are going to be some tough decisions, and we've touched on money today, but shareholders tend to ask difficult questions like, so how many more passengers is this going to get me, Bronwyn? Are they going to pay more? This is going to be the challenge for a number of us, is how do we, and again, particularly when we're running in parallel, it's not going to be about a switch to something. It's going to be a very gradual ramp one up, ramp one down. How do they coexist together? Is it, as I think, again, you made the point earlier, does the same stand serve an electric aircraft followed by a traditional fuel, followed by hydrogen, or do we need to do this in some very discrete places? I've spent the last 10 years at Gatwick making our stands as efficient as possible and as close together. Bad plan in hydrogen, I've realised, reading all of the papers. So I need to spread them back out again, but that doesn't really help me from an efficiency point of view. These are all really valid, really tangible questions that we're going to have to get our minds around. So I apologise. I'm afraid I probably have disappointed those of you who've waited all day for, here's going to be the plan, in much the same way you said the blueprint is not, which again, I was slightly disappointed. Sorry. I would like to, I suppose, genuinely thank everyone for what's been a fascinating day, and for the work that's already going on and that I know you're going to help me with as we move forward, because they're very live debates. They're absolutely fascinating ones. They're ones that we do have something of a deadline to solve, because we are going to need to make some big decisions in reasonable timeframes. As someone said earlier, 2050 sounds a long way away, but it really isn't in the world of infrastructure and planning horizons and regulatory cycles and all of those things that happen. So thank you for your time today, and I look forward to working with many of you to help me develop my airport to best effect. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for inviting me to speak at today's event. As you can see, I'm unable to join you in person today. However, I was very keen to contribute and share some of the work we're undertaking here at AGS Airports on our journey to net zero. I've been asked to touch on the next steps for the airport of the future, and in many respects, I think it's fair to say that the future of aviation is already here. What do I mean by that? Well, if we consider the progress our industry has made over the course of the last 10 years, it has been quite remarkable. During that time, the concept of sustainable aviation fuels has gone from being a concept to a reality, with more than 500,000 flights around the world now having taken off using sustainable aviation fuels. This includes the Boeing Eco-Demonstrator aircraft, which touched down in Glasgow Airport last year after flying across the Atlantic on sustainable aviation fuels for a 2-day sustainability and innovation event at the airport. And much like today's showcase, the event brought together industry, government and academia to share best practice and discuss what more needs to be done to deliver a sustainable future for our sector. Around the same time, a company called Ampere was doing more than just talking the talk. They were walking the walk and creating a little bit of Scottish aviation history in the process when they successfully trialled a hybrid electric aircraft in Orkney, one of the islands off of Scotland. And not to be outdone, one of our airline partners, Logan Air, is part of a consortium that will trial hydrogen-powered aircraft later this year. So as a sector, there's absolutely no doubt we've made tangible progress on our journey to zero emission flight. Granted, some of the technology is in its infancy and there is much work to be done ahead before we achieve zero emission flight, but we've seen and set out a very clear roadmap and how we'll get there. And of course, there's no point in our airlines and manufacturers making progress in the sky unless airports are doing their bit on the ground. And at AGS, we're absolutely committed to playing our part. Last year, we launched our own sustainability strategy, which sets out how AGS will balance the undoubted economic and social benefits from aviation with our climate change responsibilities. Central to that strategy is our commitment to building on our carbon neutrality status by achieving net zero by the mid-2030s. And like the sector, we have a clear roadmap on how we will achieve that goal. However, our strategy goes beyond decarbonising our airports and our infrastructure. At AGS, we're working with our airline partners to understand their net zero aspirations and what we need to do as airport operators to support our airlines' plans. I've mentioned SAF, which of all the solutions to decarbonising aviation is available now. It has the potential to start reducing UK aviation emissions in the mid-2020s and to reduce aviation emissions by at least 32% by 2050. It's so important we work with government to drive a domestic SAF sector that would put the UK at the forefront of world-leading aviation climate solutions and create thousands of clean growth jobs. As it becomes more readily available, many of our airline partners will look to us to help deliver SAF. However, when it comes to the decarbonisation of aviation, it's clear there is no silver bullet. As infrastructure owners, it's important we embrace and invest in all solutions, rather than put all our efforts into chasing just one ideal. And so electric and hydrogen-powered aircraft have the real potential to revolutionise regional and short-haul travel. And as a regional airport group that serves the Highlands and Islands in the north of Scotland and the Channel Islands in the south of the UK, AGS is ideally placed to be a test bed for electric and hydrogen flight. Advancing our research and development in this area requires partnerships across the industry, and that's why the Connected Places Catapult is so important. It's bringing industry together, working with government and academia to fund projects that will steer us even closer to net zero emissions flight. And at AGS, we're taking part in 2 of those projects. We're working with the University of Strathclyde, which successfully secured funding to develop an evaluation toolkit for aviation infrastructure to power zero emission flight. One of the biggest challenges with electric flight is forecasting how much demand will be placed on airports, energy infrastructures, and when that will be needed. The university's toolkit will help us better understand when we can realistically expect to see that spike in demand and at what point in time we need to commit investment to electric charging infrastructure. I know the team from Strathclyde are at today's event, and I do hope that many of you take the opportunity to visit their stand and see the toolkit in action. Airports, like the wider industry, are facing an investment crunch. We have to contend with the dual challenge of post-COVID recovery and delivering our net zero commitments. Having a toolkit like this will play a big part in informing our capital investment plans, and I really must commend the team at Strathclyde and what they've delivered and been able to deliver it in such a short space of time. Now, we're also working with Ampere, which I've already mentioned, and who can play a huge role in helping Scotland deliver its own ambitions for zero emission flight. And thanks to Connected Places Catapult, we have been working with the company to identify how we can deliver the necessary airport infrastructure to support their hybrid electric aircraft. Both these projects are hugely important and typify what the Connected Places Catapult is all about, which is creating the space to try new ideas, test innovation, and create partnerships. At AGS, we believe that partnering with technology experts and embracing innovation is essential for us to meet our decarbonising goals. Beyond the projects with the University of Strathclyde and Ampere, we are also working with Cranfield University on a feasibility study to explore the opportunities for carbon capture at airports. The project will also look at carbon capture from soil and plants, including the opportunity to provide carbon offsets. Last year, we formed the Scottish Wind Energy Consortium with a company called Catrick Technologies and the University of Strathclyde. This will see us install and trial static wind turbines at Glasgow Airport, which can capture the jet thrust from an aircraft and convert it into renewable energy. These static wind turbines will also serve as a dual purpose by acting as noise barriers on our airfield, delivering benefits for our local communities. In January this year, we announced plans for what will be the largest solar farm at Scottish Airport. The 30-acre solar farm site will give Glasgow Airport the capability to generate enough power for the airport and surrounding businesses. This is equivalent to powering 20% of the houses in the city of Glasgow, or around 52,000 homes. Having a solar farm will not only give us the opportunity and the ability to future-proof for the increase in electric demand, it will also have an important role to play when it comes to hydrogen. So, from both an industry and an AGS perspective, there is much to be excited about when it comes to new ideas and innovation. However, it's so important to me that we deliver innovation with purpose. By that, I mean, how can we work with partners in the public and private sector to address real challenges faced by our communities? A great example of this work is the work that we're doing with the NHS Scotland on a project called Careless, which has the potential to revolutionise the way healthcare services are delivered here in Scotland. We're working with organisations, including NATS and the University of Strathclyde, to trial the use of drone technology that could soon see prescriptions, test results, medical supplies, blood and even organs dispatched by drones throughout Scotland, including to our remote communities. Now, I fully appreciate that drones in airports have never been good bedfellows in the past, but this now is not a pipe dream. We will be conducting live trials this summer, and a key part of those trials will be to ensure that drones can safely share airspace with passenger aircraft. Clearly, this project has environmental benefits, as it will reduce carbon emissions generated by the vehicles that currently transport those medical supplies across Scotland. But more importantly, it's about supporting the NHS and providing equity of healthcare between urban and rural communities. And that's what I mean by innovation with purpose. As a purpose-led organisation, AGS is continually looking to find ways in which our purpose can be delivered through innovation. And this is where government and academia can really help. The UK has shown that globally we are known as a country of innovators and inventors. And when it comes to decarbonising aviation, I believe we have a real opportunity to lead the way. We have a critical mass of companies and skills, together with a vibrant academic landscape, to take the lead, and I'm really looking forward to seeing all the projects that have been funded through the Connected Places Catapult come to fruition. I believe that aviation is a force for good. The challenge facing all of us is how we deliver a future that's inclusive, that's low carbon, and that's connected. With all the experience, expertise and brainpower here in the room today, I know we'll be able to achieve that. I hope you enjoy the rest of the day, and I look forward to seeing the results from today. Thank you and have a great day.
you.